Hello, friends, and it is time for day two of Overwatch Nationals here in the NECC. My name is Jeff. I'm here with Man of Class, and we've got some good stuff lined up for you. We're getting into the thick of it here, Classy.
We are. I mean, it's getting closer and closer to that end, of course, of tomorrow, the real big deal finals. But today already, we're getting into those places where teams are getting sent home, where teams are getting eliminated, and where teams are starting to cement sort of a road to victory, if you will. And we're going to be starting here today with the Marion University Sabres versus the University of Ottawa Garnet. I mean, what's more to say about these teams? Well, there's a lot to say about these teams. They both come obviously from the Champions Division, so we're calling that. And I mean, they have got two wonderful teams coming at us. So let's take a look at who is going to be playing today, or at least starting today. Both of these rosters going to be starting here with the Sabres. Tank line, of course, advanced pirate in a very graphical sense, because of course you can't spell a longer name in Overwatch, so you have to do it this way. But it's a clever solution. Zitster, 85, James, Luke, Sariel, and Primo, or as we call that is the what we call the gospel support duo.
The Gospel DPS duo, yeah.
Gospel DPS
yeah.
duo, even. Oh yeah.
Yeah, Luke and James. Yeah, it was one of the books that kind of got dropped out. It's one of the newer books of the Gospel. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Fun fact about Marion here, though, that I wanted to point out while we've got their roster up. This team has moved up 2 divisions since they played in fall. Started in Emergence and absolutely just stomped it. Just rolled over Emergence, went perfect, flawless, first in playoffs, undefeated in regular season. Went up to Challengers from there and moved up yet again. And we've got them in Champions, and they are still here in the postseason. They're on this match to potentially send themselves into the semifinals. This has been quite the glow up from the squad.
Yeah, and we're talking about, a squad, exactly like you said. They've not only just gone up divisions, but they have been playing for, a fair bit together for a while as a result. So they've grown as a team, not just individuals, but like as a squad. And that's usually where you see a lot of, you see the back in gameplay a lot of the time, right? When they are really used to playing together in that same system, in that same environment. And when you look at their opponents, they have a little bit less history. And I say a little bit less, it's a lot less. They only started playing in this spring season, University of Ottawa. So if you look at this lineup from Tundra, Dunks, Norman, V-Striker, Supreme, and Java, you do have to wonder, how long have you been playing together? Well, it's been a couple of months for sure, because, they didn't start playing until, at least in this particular tournament, until the spring. But they don't have that same track record here. I mean, they did make it to the playoffs postseason in spring. They had a 7-2 record, so it's not like they underperformed in any way, shape, or form. But it's potentially the case that they're a little bit more of a fresher team, so to speak, and especially in these playoff situations that can come into play.
A little bit more of an unknown, that's for sure. And not sure how much synergy they had prior to coming into the spring season. Did these players play together before that, or even groups of them? Perhaps a duo that might have been playing together for a while. A little bit of an unknown, a little bit of question marks surrounding this University of Ottawa squad. But I mean, they're here to hopefully turn that into exclamation points and show us that they prove to be amongst the top squads, a team to continue to look out for as we progress through more semesters, more seasons of NECC. Now's their chance. Now is the chance for them to really show us what they've got. Now, these two teams did face off once already here in Nationals. That was a 3-0 going to Marion.
Yeah, that was Marion doing very well here. In general, if you look at like the end of season record, not the group season record, but the end of season record, Marion University Sabres have been doing a little bit better than Garnet so far. But best results not always guarantee for the future. So we'll see where the ceiling is for either of these teams. And as we load into this first map, we're going to be seeing that fairly soon. We're going to be starting to see who gets out on top of this matchup between these two particular teams, as they are fighting here for, I would say, their lives almost, but a little less dramatic, but it's still a lot of stakes, a lot on the line,
All right, winner's going to move on into our semifinals, and loser's going to be watching from afar. So it's a bit of life or death as far as their season is concerned. This is going to be a first to 3 format with a loser pick as far as the next map goes. Winner gets to ban out a map, so you do have that little bit of that strategy that you were talking about. And then headed to South Korea here for our opening map for our control. lineup, so we'll see nothing but hybrid escort and control, which you know that may put a smile on a lot of your faces out there. I'm personally gonna miss Assault a little bit, but you know that's
sure
just me.
would. Sure would. But I mean, you know that is how it goes, right? Like sometimes you just can't get away from games changing, and this is definitely a situation there. And yeah, like you said, you know, winner moves on to the semifinals, gets to face off against RPIA. That will be their opponent in the semifinals. But for now, yeah, they have to first beat either team has to beat the other in order to get there. Busan's a really good map to start that on. Lijiang Tower was banned out. We won't be seeing that if we get to another control map. For now, we get to start here on what we call the other favorite. You know, like, it's really just usually between those two maps which one gets played first. It's they're just very, very, very good control maps in general, just in terms of how they're laid out. No shenanigans, no really weird stuff in there. There's not like a huge gap in the middle like there is on Well or even on Ilios or even on a Paul Sanctum. There isn't really anything going on that would block you from certain play styles, especially because the 3 points are so different from each other.
Yeah, one of the more honorable of the control maps for sure.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's going to be a battle in theater here to start things off. The Sabres coming out here with a hybrid kind of dive rush. As you do have the Lucio and the Moira escorting them in, and it's bought a lot of space. You can see that Heal Lord providing a lot of sustain here to Zitster and advance as they move forward. DPS trading off to start things here. Norman made his way to the back line, but is pushed out after finding Zitsters. Primo's going to pick that one up, and this is an incredible tit for tat in our opening fight. A very quick Primal Rage coming out of Dunks, 20% ahead of their counterpart. Trying to muscle down Advanced Pirate. Advanced Pirate's just going to run away. Peel for the supports down on the objective. Control still under contest. Nobody's got it just yet, but a Coalescence coming out from Serial. Maybe just one to plant the flag here for Marian University.
I don't think that Reaper will be able to clutch this on their own. Norman eventually will go down. Not to the self-destruct, but to something. They do indeed finally cap that point. Norman will fall. Java will not be long for this world, most likely. And then eventually this point cap is going to go over to the Sabres. Not at all surprising. I mean, they didn't have the Primal Rage as quick, but it was mostly up to the DPS, right? Like, Luke got so much more done than V-Striker did. Used the Pulse Bomb, actually got another one up, I think. And well, almost. Getting close already. It's a cooldown after all. And that's like the danger of the Sombra. Like, yeah, the EMP is usually more impactful because it's more consistently will land, but you're also going to get less of them, and you usually lose the duel against that Tracer, but that triple kill destruct. Kind of doesn't matter if you talk about DPS when that happens, does it?
No, yeah, half the team wiped out the snap of a finger with the self-destruct on point. I'm guessing Bubble had already been used, which just means beautiful timing out of Tundra. The Sabres are able to get 43%, but Ottawa are the ones now building that percentage.
Yeah, big deal about it is that while you have more ultimates in the bank as the Sabres, V-Striker will have their EMP finally up. It's going to be the first one. It has been a little bit longer than you might usually want to. They've been taken out very early by Luke a lot of the time. But that does mean that all those ultimates that you want to use, you might not be able to use it, especially that if the Death Blossom comes out early, you're going to be in the carry's position.
Yeah, and Primo had the sound barrier as well, so there's nothing really to block this EMP. V-Striker needs to get this out in the next 10 seconds. Well, theoretically, as Dunks comes in with another Primal Rage, they're second of the map, able to find the Moira with that one. And no EMP necessary here. Ottawa maintain control.
And if we talk about dive execution, I actually do think that you do see some good dive execution coming out of the Sabres. Especially Luke and Zitster are able to dive targets together really well. But you do notice that especially Primo is not necessarily left to their own devices, but the peel is kind of missing when those tanks really go aggressive to their front line. So they have to be a little bit more careful about protecting that Lucio and not only go for the offense.
Early sound barrier out from Supreme, just trying to set the tempo here, and Stereo goes down once again. EMP does come out, finds 4, including Primo, so they can't get the sound barrier up, and it allows Norman just to chew through the range with the Hellfire shotguns. Finds 3 plus a DMEC, a beautiful engagement here for Ottawa. I love their proactive approach. They are really setting the pace here so far.
It is going to be a very, very solid hold here so far from Garnet, but this would be the time for it to break. There's nothing really substantial on their side. They have another self-destruct though, so you never truly know
That self-destruct's going to pick up one, and it was a sound barrier engage from Primo, and the Sabres move in. Little battle in the hotel is going to force out Norman, but around Norman, all of their cohorts are going down. Courtesy of James, Death Blossom here to put a little exclamation point on it. And just in the nick of time, Marian University are able to get control of this point.
Like I said, not surprising that they got that fight. They were finally able to actually use their ultimates. But they are now in a position where they did use a lot of them. And they only have that Primal Rage and that Pulse Bomb left. And there is quite a bit coming up from Ottawa. So they need to sort of weather the storm and try and fight another fight after that.
Norman, tried to hit Q while stuck. Through before it goes boom. Coalescence in the back being zoned out by Zidster. And the rest of the Sabres are dealing with what remains of University of Ottawa on the objective. GG's kind of getting picked apart here for the moment with Java going down, the sustain notably absent. And the Sabres have brought this all the way back.
Sabres in such a good position here, and now because we're talking about the ultimate deficit, right? And now you're talking about a fairly even situation, if not advantageous situation for the Sabres. The big thing that they have to watch out for is either or both those support limits cannot be hacked or EMP'd out by Striker.
Striker 95% towards that EMP. Early coalescence from Serial, make sure that one finds some value on the point, trying to burn down the Diva. It's a sound barrier there to keep Tundra in mech, but EMP is finally ready, and that finds absolutely everyone and strips the shields from Primo's sound barrier that was dropped a little preemptively. Marian University have some good focus fire, and no real casualties after the EMP. They hang on through that 6-player EMP and manage to take their first round. Marian University bookending that sub-map with some great engagements, and they're going to take a lead here in Busan.
Yeah, and Ottawa, especially Striker, really understanding their win condition there. Like, they know they're going to have at least the sound barrier, probably both support ultimates. So you want to have Striker in a position to EMP the Lucio and the Moira, preferably the Lucio, even preferably both. But Lucio would be the priority target. And they do just use the sound barrier themselves. Supreme uses the sound barrier, then you can just see Primo immediately being like, well, then I'm going to use minor response. EMP comes out, just gets negated. Unfortunately, with Norman already getting pulse bombed and with everyone already taking a lot of damage and going low, they couldn't actually capitalize on that EMP. But it was the right play. Like, they did. It's not like they misplayed it. It's just it didn't work out because it was kind of already too late.
Yeah, the pre-fight had already favored Marian so heavily. As we're going to get these two 6-man variants back out. No change in composition as we head over to Sanctuary. Marian notably absent. That was a big rotation coming all the way around after a bit of a do-si-do. The teams finally clash on this objective. Looking for the hack onto James. James is able to avoid it, and focus goes down onto Dunks. The University of Ottawa at a disadvantage early in this first fight. In the back line, nice boot, moves Norman away, and the follow-up is there. Primo with a heads-up heal to protect that back line. Marian University are going to grab first control yet again.
And once again, you just see Luke tearing through these eliminations, whether they're just the final blows or is a large part of it. Luke is sort of unstoppable in terms of DPS, 50% ahead in ult charge of their counterparts in Striker, and that's sort of been the trend of these fights in general. Striker is able to charge up EMPs, but like 2 maybe for like an entire 99 to 99 is kind of not enough. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that Luke is getting just so much more value against both Striker and the rest of the entire squad of Ottawa.
Oh, James! Holy cow, what an opening. Gets that beautiful pick onto Supreme to start things off, allowing Primo to catch up in the sound barrier race, which is super important. And then, of course, that gorgeous Death Blossom. James really dominating that fight.
Definitely an amazing job from them. They do have to be a bit careful. Advanced Pirate's still out of mech, but they'll probably be able to get it back roughly as this fight starts. Maybe not. It was very low.
Oh, that was really close. They do get it just in the nick of time. Supreme with the sound barrier, though, gives the slight edge over to University of Ottawa. Primal Rage was popped in that endeavor as well. And Primo is hesitant, can't really use the sound barrier. They know they've got to save it for this EMP, so it's just stalling for time as much as possible. And Marian University even managed to get the self-destruct out, so they get both of the tank ultimates and the sound barrier out for this fight. At least made it expensive for University of Ottawa to retake.
69% for the Sabers. Very nicely done, just being on that percentage right there. Ultimates are fairly even, though a little bit in favor. They always have the extra cooldown on Luke, as we want to call it. Those tank ultimates plus sound barrier are just a little bit more valuable potentially in the EMP and the Death Blossom. But EMP, we've seen how well they can hit those.
Finds 2 with that one, but there's no sound to be had. It was perfectly timed with the Death Blossom to get 2 quick picks right out of the gate. Wonderful coordination there from V-Striker and Norman, executing that EMP play to perfection.
It's one combo, though, and now they gotta wait like half an hour before it's back up with the rate they've been charging it at. So, yeah, you win the fight, but are you gonna win the next one? And if so, how? I mean, just there's like a lot in your way to be able to get that going, and Luke is just tearing through your backline the entirety of this map.
And that's one of those, if you don't win that fight, you're in real trouble. So, good on you, Ottawa. Self-destruct coming in, just kind of keeping you, Ottawa, back out of small drum. Zitzer's trying to pursue Supreme, who just got that sound barrier online. Is going to drop it just to save themselves. Manages to find Tundra with it, but Luke continues to wreak havoc on this Tracer. Picking up 1, now looking for the other on the Norman. Norman wins that duel with 5 health. You're kidding me. Now tank ultimates have come back on the line here for University of Ottawa. And Serial is just getting pushed around, bullied with that Coalescence, not able to get the value they need out of that one. This is University of Ottawa coming up with a fight when they desperately need it in the neutral.
They will be able to come back here, the Sabres. They have the time, but they also got a couple of resources coming in, especially they just get a pulse bomb opening that just opens up so much. James as well with the Death Blossom. Only thing you have to really be wary of is not getting hacked out or just have Tundra in your face to eat all of it with the defense matrix. But, you know, you can also just use it as sort of a tool to drain resources. It doesn't have to get eliminations.
Death Blossom coming out. James is able to find not only some kills, but drained tons of resources in the meantime. Gets both. Best of both worlds there for James, and able to win that fight with just that one ult. I guess they use Pulse Bomb as well.
Yeah, but you know, do we call it an ultimate? It's a cooldown, right?
Yeah,
it's a cooldown that you decide when it's back up, kind of.
You can't see my fingers, but you use the word ultimate and with the quotation air, with the
sort
air
of, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're gonna have two tank ultimates and potentially sound barrier from Primo. It will be last fight for both teams, so let's see what the EMP Death Blossom can do in this one if V-Striker can find it.
And that's the question. Do they go for the combo? Nope. It's gonna be Norman just coming out dry, finding 2 with that. Pilot goes down. We're in a final fight scenario. Kill feed is all Ottawa at the moment. Luke is still on this battlefield. Has been a big player so far here for the Sabres, but just too much of a deficit to overcome. Sound barrier as well as an EMP used. Put the exclamation point down on this one. University of Ottawa sending us over to Mecha Base.
And with both teams having played predominantly dive-esque composition so far, it's going to be curious to see whether or not they're going to stay, especially on that Winston. Because if they only switch to the Reinhardt, that's fine. Like, you can run the exact same thing, just have a Reinhardt. And you're going to see roughly that come out from Ottawa. They will pick up Java on the Baptiste, just because close encounters, Baptiste will do more, can provide the amplification matrix as well as the immortality field, which are more valuable in this space. And they will also swap some of their DPS. Both teams will make some significant plays there. It's really only the Lucios that stay, and then we got Tundra staying on the Diva as well. So Primo on the Lucio, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
especially Marion making some wholesale swap. Yeah, I mean, it is the point where you do these type of different things. They could have stuck with a lot of what they were running already, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially a different flavor of Rush, but with Doomfist in particular, you've got some quick engage potential. These fights are going to be fast, and both Reinhardts are already down. And this is just getting downright gnarly here on this upper floor. There's fists and hammers flying all over the place as Norman gets the better end of Luke. They got to watch out. Oh, Advanced Pirate was so charged. Norman coming in, able to eliminate that. Finds that last second kill onto James after James kind of whiffs on the headshot there. Got the flashbang, but couldn't find the follow-up. Norman with huge impact on this Doomfist.
Yeah, with Norman now being down for a little bit, they might be able to engage a little bit cleaner. Will not be CC'd around as much, but they got to be quick about it because Doomfist is a fast return. Coming in with the May of their own, Luke is going to be able to try and wall people off a little bit more, freeze some stuff. That's a good freeze on the Reinhardt.
Zister gets the nano boost to go chase it down with. Ant Matrix coming out, Immortality Field used from Java as well. And guess who's returned? Norman is here, uppercutting people into oblivion. Lands the punch on it, uppercut onto the Lucio. Can't quite find the follow-up, but Primo was the only one left standing, and University of Ottawa in firm control.
They gotta do something about this Doomfist. They keep coming in from like the most logical angles. Like Doomfist can be good, right? But a lot of the time it depends on like your timing and your angle of approach. And Norman isn't really doing anything that strange. It's all very sort of predictable. It's a good wall here, though. They might finally be able to get some follow-up out of it without getting punished for it. Self-destruct is also an interesting spot. Actually gets Sariel. That's not
huge.
Great. Oh, the remake kill, though.
This is going to be close. The big grab from Advanced Pirate, I think, was the nail in the coffin. Indeed, the follow-up is there, and Advanced is charged. So Marian University able to plant their flag on this one. Finally get that goose egg out of the percentage.
They finally do. We're going to see Zitster now sitting close to another Shatter. They both used it at the beginning of that fight, Dunks and Zitster did, but Dunks was the one that fell straight away after. It's going to be Zitster being able to charge it all through all the cleave with the Graviton. 90%, yeah, that's going to be potentially unexpectedly quick.
This is a nice dodge from Norman to not get walled off. Shatter comes in, finds two. Immortality Field keeping the takes alive for now. Look at the clapback with V-Striker. That is a 4-player Death Blossom in the thick of it while Marian University were trying to follow up on Zedster's Shatter. What a defensive play from V-Striker.
They wanted to use the Blizzard, but they got punched out of it. So Blizzard's gone. Luke's not going to be able to use that one. That's a big one. It was a good space to use it in as well. It's very enclosed, very, not easy to get out of, especially if you already got the wall. But they kind of used the wall a little bit early, and the Shatter didn't quite get everything they wanted because Norman came from the other side. There's a lot going on there. Now they got to win this fight. Norman already out. It's a great start for them, though.
James finding that pick, and Amplification Matrix up in this 6v4, favoring the Sabres. Zitster overextends a little bit, but I think this is one of those things where it was the sacrificial lamb so that the rest of the Sabres could move on to this point. James picks up one with the Deadeye from the high ground. V-Striker just trying to stall a little bit, but University of Ottawa have already got 99. Time to regroup, lick your wounds, and come back.
30% counting. They gotta try and climb all the way back up to the 100% because they cannot lose a fight. Otherwise, it will go south really quickly. Sound barrier online. They got their Grav again, which was very powerful last time. And they're getting close-ish to a Blizzard too. They got to be careful about the Shatter and this Meteor Strike.
Shatter doesn't find any purchase, and the Grav is massive once again. This is a follow-up. There's a little bit of follow-up, but an Amplification Matrix from Java and a Meteor Strike from Norman provided some relief. Nevertheless, Marian University are still holding this door firm. And the University of Ottawa not quite able to get a concentrated effort outside of it as they get a little dissected on that approach. And Marian University inch closer and closer. Nice exit pick on the Dunks.
All the way to the spawn. Oh, Luke almost going down there. Got to kind of get some help from the rest of their team, but they've taken the other exit. So Luke will actually fall. And Blizzard did go out, so there will be people frozen there, but there's just no follow-up. So Luke, once again, kind of messing around there. They're not the Tracer with the ability that they were the previous rounds. A good Shatter potentially can get some follow-up out of it. They do get both the Diva and the Lucio, and with their own sound barrier, they might be able to sustain until the rest of it comes back. They don't really need that much. They just need to get rid of a Reaper and a Cassidy, which are very killable. Nope. One is down, but that's another Death Blossom already using on utility, but Advanced Pirate just too high charge. Now 97% towards another Graviton. They'll be able to use that pretty quickly, but there's a Lucio that just runs through both of the tanks.
Oh,
this is a very scrappy fight going back and forth into it. Luke back on the Tracer. We know what work they can do with that, and they show once again how those pulse pistols are a menace for them.
Ant Matrix up here from the Sabres, but they're starting to lose their grip on this thing. Zitster's return gets better into Dunks, but Luke goes down, and the Sabres needed Luke there to help clean things up. There's just not enough punching power without that Tracer at Zitster's side. Graviton Surge is late to the party. And the University of Ottawa swing that one
fine,
back.
Right? But you needed the Zarya on the objective, unfortunately. No, it wasn't quite it. And both those Blizzards not getting any utility, like, that is just a big problem, right? Like, sure, you can die every now and then, and that's fine, but twice you're not able to... Like, this is the first one. See, that was the Blizzard came out, and they just died to Striker before the Blossom even comes out. And then the second one was, of course, where they sort of overextended with their team, and then they didn't make the loop. They went back to try and get the Cassidy on their own, and got taken out as a result. Unfortunate for Luke there, but we did see a lot of promise from both teams in different scenarios. So when we go to the future maps, we know they can play these multiple compositions, multiple different heroes, and that just sets us up for a really nice series.
I mean, Norman and V Striker did a phenomenal job in the DPS role there for University of Ottawa. I thought they had some massive impact. Of course, we saw the big EMP Death Blossom combo there in the second round. For me, it was the tanks that really stood out for Marion. I thought Zidster and Advanced Pirate were doing a phenomenal job. Obviously, Advanced Pirate, really lighting up the feed there as the Zarya there in our third submap. So, this could be a battle of the tanks versus the DPS. Can the DPS of University of Ottawa get enough pressure in to contain those two tanks? Or will Zidster and Advanced Pirate run away with it? I mean, Luke had a pretty darn good performance, particularly on the first sub-map. Felt like, went a little quiet as map 1 went on.
Yeah, that's exactly how it happened. And then if we go into map 2, which is of course our hybrid map, at least the first one, potentially of more, it's all going to be down to what these teams want to play, what they don't want to play. Ottawa will get to ban a map first, and we get the pick coming out from the other side. Kings Row has been banned. We're not going to see it today. We haven't seen it yet on stream, as far as I'm aware, maybe like once, but it's not been our main hybrid map. So let's see what we get. We get Blizzard World from the Sabres.
Ooh, okay. Coming out with some Blizzard World. This is one we actually have seen a little bit, and I don't mind it. And I mean, particularly, we've seen a lot of rush-based compositions. There was a lot of six-man there on Busan. That can also work here, but not as well as perhaps on defense. The double shield is very prominent. Wrecking Ball composition is also very prominent on this. So this might be an opportunity for our teams to kind of flex their adaptations to show us what else they have in the war chest and what they have lined up for us.
Yeah, and that's Blizzard World is one of those maps where I'm assuming there's a potential for both of them to play dive again. But we've also seen a lot of Orissas and Sigmas do a lot of work here, as well as obviously the standard Ryan Zarya compositions. So there is, again, that there's an option for flexibility. There's the option for doing sort of what you want to do. And it does feel like the way they were playing, that especially the Sabres are more inclined to go for some more mobility-based compositions. So especially Luke on that Tracer was just a very strong pick. Maybe they can do a similar thing on like a Soldier sometimes. But it's really just dependent on what they think their strength on Blizzard World will be. It's reloaded to the map.
It's a beautiful map.
It is
awesome design. I would go to Blizzard World.
Yeah,
as far as if there was an IRL Blizzard World, I would go.
Yeah, so see, the persistent problem for me is just like, yeah, but I gotta get to the States first, because no way they're building this in Europe. It's not happening, guys. So
I don't know if Point C would be OSHA approved. The giant pit with those weak little railings.
They
might get flagged.
They wouldn't exactly build it like this, right? But there's there's some things that they would probably keep, and it's about the spirit of it rather than the reality. We are talking about a alternative reality version of Earth, after all. So
that's fair.
It's some things are possible.
Yes. We did get a side swap coming in here, so we're going to have University of Ottawa heading on to the defense to start things off. And V Striker is the one picking up the Reaper here in the beginning. Sticking with this Reinhardt-based composition. Not a whole lot of range in this comp, so University of Ottawa are going to have to play this very carefully from a defensive point of view. You can see them sneaking up here to get as close as possible and be able to just pounce on the attacking Marion.
I think we're gonna get a. I was assuming we're gonna get maybe like a spawn shot coming out from Luke in the swap, but we're just gonna get the maze straight up. I just want to see a non-complete fail Blizzard. That's what I want to see from Luke. Like, there's not a lot of room for. There's a lot of room for improvement. Like, it's not that hard to do better than 2 failed Blizzards in a map. So I think they can do that.
I like the approach here from Marianne, going through Lost and Found, throwing up an early wall, but unfortunately, the execution on the back end is just not quite there. Dunks is able to get in, lots of sustain with the Baptiste, and just swing with impunity onto the helpless members of Marianne University, and that's first defensive fight going to Ottawa.
They did already lose a Shatter, though. Like, the Dunks tried to get it off, and he got frozen out of it. Obviously, it's not a problem. They still won the fight. But it is something that Zidster might be able to have noticed and be like, hey, so I've got Shatter advantage if I get it up quickly now. Because there's no way they got another 60, 70%, you know?
Perhaps. I mean, if it goes like that again, I'm not counting dunks out on this one.
Not
Looks
yet.
like not yet. University of Ottawa backed up a little bit onto the objective. Maywall didn't quite catch anything, and there's an ant matrix there as soon as the wall drops. One that V Striker is able to use to find the kill onto that Reinhardt. Norman coming in here on an off angle. Marion University are starting to just get pinched into this corner, trying to use their own ant matrix to escape it, but to no avail.
Supreme's Lucio has been so effective as well. Like both the supports, Java and Supreme have been doing an amazing job. It was obviously an early amplification matrix, but it was well placed, it was well timed. Same as with the Immortality field, Supreme just doing a lot of movement, booping, and just a lot of extra damage to a lot of these targets. It just shows a lot of focus fire, a lot of communication that's going on between them.
All right, Luke, we're keeping an eye on you in this blizzard. Don't get eaten, and see if you can get some value out of this one. It's out, but the Deadeye is already found two. Now Norman's going to roll in and pick up a third. There was a Shatter invested from Zidster as well. And between the Blizzard and the Shatter, still nothing doing. Advanced Pirate trying to desperately throw in a self-destruct on this objective. But there's just too much of a mountain to climb here for Marion, and it's back to the drawing board.
So, did they... I know they activated the Blizzard, but I don't think it actually got off, did it?
I never saw it on the battlefield.
Yeah, so another Blizzard, and Luke's had enough. They're like, you know what? I'm just gonna go Reaper as well. I've had enough. I just wanna do the pew-pews. That's what they're gonna be able to do, and they're gonna be able to run at the other team a little bit better. Like Moira's burst heals a little bit, or at least AoE burst heals a bit better than Baptiste in that situation. So if they're able to engage straight up, it might work out.
James from the outside, but Sound Barrier is in for both of our squads. And Matrix kind of in an awkward spot here for the defense of Ottawa, but nevertheless, the kills come through. Norman with yet another pair. Make that three for Norman on this Cassidy. And that's the second fight in a row where they've had a huge impact.
It's becoming a bit ridiculous in the way that Garnet's able to turn things around. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that Marion's University just keeps putting themselves in this position to either get people like solo eliminated or themselves getting pincered or something like that, right? Like it feels like they're like, oh yeah, if we move everywhere as a death ball, we eventually win the fight because we move in like parts of their team, but they get surrounded as a result, and their defenses mean nothing anymore.
Death Blossom out after both shatters get blocked, and it's just whittled through Marion University. Norman's going to drop a Deadeye. Doesn't have much health. Still manages to pull the trigger on that. Finds the DMAC. A little help for some friends. There's only 10 seconds on the clock. This is done and dusted. University of Ottawa have put up an absolute wall. They've built a fortress around point A. Primo's going to move in, make its flashbang out. Won't even get close, and zero progress built up. That is a full hold in the purest sense of the term.
Yeah, this you know, we were looking at this game, right? Like before it started, looking at these teams, saying like, okay, so who's going to come out on top? You know, we try to do these internal preds and think what we think is going to happen. And it was hard, right? Because we don't really know that much about Ottawa. Like we know they exist, obviously. It's not like we don't. It's not like a completely new team to us, but they haven't really played that much before this particular spring season. We have way more data on Marion. And while Marion has been doing better in playoffs, in the group stage they did like not as great. And Ottawa had like the opposite side. So we were looking at this like, okay, so maybe Marion is just like a playoffs team. But it does look at this stage that Ottawa is just the better team. It hasn't been confirmed yet, but they're pretty much mirroring each other a lot of the time. And Ottawa's coming out on top. And it wasn't as clear on control because it did get to 99-99 a couple times. But a full hold on Blizzard World on a map that the Sabres also picked, that does tell you a lot. And now you're going to see as well that the Sabres are switching up a lot as a result, right? They understand that Blizzard World on defense can be a very different map to defend than it is how you attack in terms of composition, in terms of positioning. And they're not going to try and straight up brawl fight the way that Ottawa did. Ottawa was just kind of like saying, okay, you're coming in with the comp and we're just going to straight up fight you. No matter where on the map we are, it doesn't kind of irrelevant to us. And Sabres are taking a very different approach here where they are not going to straight up fight them. They're just going to avoid them as much as possible and just whittle them down that way. I have to be careful for these Cassidy shots, but if Luke can do a good fire, this could be a hard one to break through.
Marion University want these fights to draw out, not only for the time bank, but to give their DPS time to get work done. or even their supports. Serial finds first blood here in this engagement. But Norman's already found the Mercy. That's not good. Early Immortality field coming out as well from Marion as Luke swoops in, able to pick up Norman, but not before they've done some significant damage to this defense. University of Ottawa is starting to move in, starting to surround. They've closed the gap. They've turned this into a brawl fight, and they've taken the map. One and done. Ottawa looking super strong here on the Sabres pick of Blizzard World. They're moving up to match point.
Yeah, you can't lose 2 heroes to Cassidy that quickly in succession. If it's a Hunt, it's a different story, right? Or like a Widowmaker, because they have those one-shot abilities. But Cassidy, the hero shouldn't be low enough for him to just tap 2 heroes in a row. If it happens to 1, that sort of happens sometimes. Like, that's possible. But 2 in a row, nah. And that kind of comes back to when you look at what the supports are doing, what the tanks are doing, how they're positioning, whether they're being careful about things. And it just seems that they're giving away too much free damage or free angles on the side of the Sabres for Ottawa to collapse on, especially for the DPS. They're just having a field day here.
Oh, man, phenomenal play from Norman on that fight. It puts a big smile on my face. I know it does for all you Ottawa fans out there, and it's propelled them to a 2-0 lead. We're going to take a quick little intermission here for halftime. When we come back, we're headed to Escort. We'll see you on the other side for Map 3. Well, these two teams have wanted to keep things up close and personal through the entirety of this series, and University of Ottawa have managed to come out on top of the brawl. Last two times these teams faced off was in group stage here at Nationals. That was a 3-0 for Marian University. Oh my goodness, how the tables have turned.
How the tables have turned indeed. 2-0 right now coming up for Ottawa, and Sabres are looking less and less convincing as the rounds go on. They started up pretty good in control, but Blizzard World was just not their go. So they get another chance at a map pick. It's going to be Escort, and an Escort that chose to go to Route 66. I mean, it's a pretty good map. I'm not going to argue with them that it's not a good pick or whatever. But I do think that they need to figure out something here in order to get across Ottawa. And a lot of it really comes down to I want to say sightlines almost, but with them not playing on on range, it almost feels strange to say that. But a lot of the time, you'll see that the positioning of supports or DPS on the side of Sabres will not be conducive to not getting shot as much, right? So you have a Reinhardt that has a shield, you have a D that has a defense matrix, you have an Orisa that has a shield in different compositions, and a lot of the time you'll see these DPS from the Sabres not playing around those shields as much, or the supports not playing around those shield as much. And when that happens, you get a lot more free fire coming out of the DPS from Ottawa. And even though they're also in the tank battle, they're also in the DPS battle as a result. So making use optimally of the comp that you're playing is always an art. And some teams just, chose to focus on something else. They chose to focus on sports, and not so much on art. And you can see that sometimes.
Well, Ottawa has certainly made an art form out of it, particularly Norman and V Striker. And we kind of talked about, would they be able to contain the tanks of Zidster and Advanced Pirate from Marian University? And on Blizzard World, it was a very emphatic answer. It was all Norman and V Striker in the kill feed. And oh my goodness. You wonder if that diner spawn room sells pineapple pizza. Now, I have never wondered that, Tundra, but now I am. Thank you. Thank you for putting that in my brain. Now I want pizza.
Yeah. Pizza is definitely on your mind every now and then. I will say that much. But yeah, there is definitely a lot of cool dishes on these ones. Like peas and thank you. Liver and onions.
I mean,
the Fun Day Fudge Sundae.
The taco tornado. Who doesn't love a good taco tornado?
Grilled cheese, please. Well, I mean, that's just an exclamation. That's not really a dish, right? That's what you say to them.
Speaking of tornadoes, we do have James coming out on the Reaper.
It's the Reaper once again. I mean, so far the Reaper has been a decent shout for them. Luke on this Sombra is new. Everything else we've kind of seen already from them before. But yeah, there's going to be a couple of changes. So V Striker is now on the Torbjorn. Also one of the new ones. Everything else is kind of normal, nothing's really weird that we're seeing. Luke's got to do something though. You got to charge that EMP.
James teleporting over into the back. I think just trying to avoid the turret, perhaps looking to get on that back ramp where the Torbjorn is sitting. Looks a little isolated. Might appear like a juicy target here for Marian to rush down. As they're starting to just set up all around Big Earls here. Yep, there it is. There's the pounce onto the Torb. Everybody converging, and V-Striker's going to fall. Good recognition coming out of Marian University as they start off strong here on Route 66. Already a better start than we saw on Blizzard World. Manual hack on top onto Tundra, but a little out of range there for James to find that kill. But Dunks and Norman striking back. Now they're pouring in off the high ground, looking to chase down what remains as Ottawa have a 5v4 in this fight. Those odds further increasing as Norman continues to wreak havoc on this Cassidy.
And again, right, I talked about it. I said how to play your comp optimally is always the thing that you need to figure out. And if you all dive into a small tunnel using all your cooldowns and then just sit there, not really where you want to be as dive composition. And the funny thing is that Sabres have been really good at this dive so far. Like, that was really close on the dive maps on Busan in particular. So I like that they went back to it, but now they got to execute again.
Right now they're just kind of sitting around waiting to get ulted. Norman happy to oblige them. As on cart it was easy targeting. It was easy pickings there for you, Ottawa. They just sit up on their high ground and pepper so much damage down. There was nothing Marian could do.
Yeah, your dive, you can't wait until they come to you. You gotta go to them. It's like the one thing that dive is really good at, getting to the other team. And it's just not happening right now. And it's tricky, right? Because even when they will dive them, you're likely just going to see Supreme speed boost and be like, well, we're just going to run away. What you got now? No cooldowns and a lot of HP we can munch off.
Zero with the Coalescence to start this one off. There's an Matrix on that high ground. Gets rid of the Supercharger. The EMP comes out from Luke. That one finds a couple, including Supreme, that didn't have the sound barrier online anyway. And the lava from V Striker has managed to separate Marian University all to the ends of Route 66. University of Ottawa able to find those extraneous kills, hunt down the separated members of the Sabres. And once again, a big defensive play. And Sabres are running out of time here.
I hope no one sees that POV from Sariel from their team, because there was not a lot of healing going on in that one, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, sometimes your healing charge is gone. I get it. Sometimes you need to right-click a little bit, but that was maybe a little bit heavy on it. Potentially, the Ana pick will make a bit of a difference, though. It can definitely put themselves in a little less of a risky position. But Norman's been really good at picking off those flanks. We're still going to be careful about that. Good self-destruct in the dunks, though.
And a little immortality field late there from Java. Kind of realized they probably should have used that sooner. Ended up throwing it down. It does fall. Bring it back. Norman's able to pick up one. But Marian University have finally gotten a little bit of traction here on point A. As we've got Dunks returning on the Wrecking Ball to try to make something happen. Had recently used a Supercharger anyway, so no big loss on that. Sound barrier invested from Primo to try to close out this fight. And yeah, that was a great move from U Ottawa just to force out those resources. U Ottawa are starting to make their way back into this thing. Marian are not finding these kills quick enough, and the stall is there. The stall is good for U Ottawa. James is finally able to get something done, trying to converge onto Lucio, but Suprema stayed alive. Gives time for Tundra to come in, put in a Gravitic Flux. That one went on to Advanced Pirate. They're out of mech now. With the overtime going, James is trying to close this thing out for the squad. As the Gospel DPS duo are still alive and kicking here on this point. James will eventually finish off what remains of the defense, but man, it was close.
They have to protect Sariel better. Sariel is constantly going down, whether it's on the Ana or on the Moira, and it's just their main source of sort of through the fight more intense healing. Like, yes, Lucio has AoE healing. It's quite a lot, you know. It's not like it's nothing, but it happens sort of slowly over time. You need an extra burst from the Ana and from the Moira, or for the Moira every now and then, to just help top up targets a little bit more accurately. So Primo's going over to the Mercy now. We'll also be able to do that a little bit better. No more Sound Barrier, no more Lucio, but combined with the Ana, the peel will be a little bit better, most likely.
And you got some air support for Luke, as well as, of course, the res. Nothing really they needed the Sound Barrier for anyway, as far as big ultimates coming out of Ottawa. Nice focus down onto Norman. First pick, going to Marian University. Wrecking Ball versus Wrecking Ball action. Yeah, Luke's going to pick up another one. Yeah, finishing off not only the mech, but the pilot Diva as well. Dunks drops mines on point before getting taken out. Sound Barrier to protect against James. Genji Blade into the back line, and James is still going to find two, trying to find the third. Supreme will escape, but has to run for their life while Marian pick up percentage.
And, you know, James's Genji mechanics have been actually pretty good. You know,
yeah.
Like we see a lot of high-level Genji lately, especially in the Overwatch 2 beta. We've seen a lot of it, but James is definitely showing that they probably should have been on Genji maybe a little bit sooner with all these dive compositions. It's working out really well. Sitzer on the Wrecking Ball's been fun. Advanced Pirate on the Diva's always been decent.
Molten Core out the gate, and Ottawa were able to avoid a lot of the mines, but by the time they get down there, there's James waiting for him, looking to hunt down Java there. Beautiful headshot to finish that one off, and man, James's Genji looking really clean.
And he finished out the last fight with a blade. Remember that? He's almost already got another one. Like he's really looking very clean. He knows his break points in the damage, which is like the biggest thing about Genji. Knowing exactly when you can dash, when you can melee, when you can finish things off with what combo. So you can get those dash resets, so you can get the deflex out on time, like all those type of timings. And he's just like reflex using those abilities. That's like the hallmark of a good Genji.
It's second nature. You don't have to consciously think about it. You're not studying health bar. Like, you see that health bar where it's at, you can get a dash reset off of that. Luke is going to fall early in this one, and I think
they're going to lose
trying to
eventually.
get the res.
Eventually you lose a fight, and this is the one you lose. Unfortunately, you don't drag out a lot of ultimates with it, because they weren't really a lot online. But
your respawns are super close, so it's not too bad.
It's fine.
My tactical visor is charging.
And now they gotta. The problem is that now they've got to consider, like, do we stick with this Wrecking Ball? Do we maybe switch to a Reinhardt? Like all these heroes that they're running with currently, are they gonna work in this more enclosed environment? The skybox is, well, it's not really a skybox, it's the ceiling, and there's just not a lot of room to work with. So switching over to something like a Reinhardt would make sense, but especially Luke being on an aerial unit doesn't feel like the wisest of choices.
No, and I'm curious about the swap to the Pharah here. I thought the Echo was actually getting a lot of value, and the Echo works a little bit better in more of that linear state. But let's talk about this blade coming out. Double kill from the pile driver, while James is slicing and dicing their way through the supports. Java's going to fall on that one. Marion University win themselves another fight, and a big part to Zitster's Wrecking Ball and James on this Genji.
Yeah, James has got to, like, the only reason why that double kill came out is because, you know, James had already, like, dashed and sliced through them with the nano blade. So, you know, it was kind of James's elimination, but, you know, they got away with it.
It's a team effort.
It's a team effort. Good minefield position potentially. Yeah, it's straight up onto the soldier with the stack visor.
Yeah, that sound barrier was gorgeous from Supreme. That sound barrier kept everybody alive through those ultimates. And yeah, coupled with attack visor, self-destruct, earth shatter, everything in the kitchen sink, quite literally throw it in here by University of Ottawa. It's its final fight. They know they can invest heavily. There's still some members of Marion hanging around on this point, but it is overwhelming odds here for the defense. Good news for you, Ottawa, is they have made some decent progress this time around. No full hold on Route 66. They still got 3 members here. Luke returns on the Tracer. Supreme's in trouble. Supreme's going to go down. Now Norman getting chased down by Luke. Looked like Luke ate. Ate a Helix rocket in there and was get taken out. Wrecking Ball will find that pick. 2 tanks and a Genji left on this point. No supports in there. Okay, I do see Ariel putting in some shots from the back line. And Marion University are hanging on here. James almost has another blade.
Yeah, and they got the nano ready too. This could be a quick finish with the nano blade. The immortality field's already been used. Gonna go for it soon. There we go. Just had to find the target.
Oh, it's the hammer versus the sword. It looks like the hammer might just win out in this one. This University of Ottawa do finally stop this overtime push from Marion University. But Marion looking much better here in map number 3.
Was a little bit of an underwhelming nano blade at the end there. Like, I felt like there was more value to be had. No immortality field in the way, no sound barrier. You should at least be able to find, like, at least like 2 kills. That seems like a fair assessment there with a lot of squishies in the way, but just couldn't quite go for the right first target to get the elimination, get the dash resets going, unfortunately. But that doesn't really, you know, you can make mistakes every now and then. Sometimes the blade's still like one of the hardest ultimates in the game to actually get value out, even with the nano. So
well, and the nano was early. And I think Supreme got a good boop in there that kind of interrupted the dash reset cycle.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, exactly. So, like, again, it's there's a lot you can do against it. It's just unfortunate that it happened that way, and it doesn't really water down the rest of his performance. James did really well in the Genji. I'm not surprised that they got to set up the defense with it again. Biggest difference is that Ottawa swapped like throughout the map towards the environment, right? So especially on that last point, they went back to that Reinhardt, and it was really hard, especially for the tanks, to get around that and then still be able to deal with support protection. Like, Serial has been under pressure so much on this Ana, and there isn't really anyone that peels for them, which is unfortunate because, you know, the Ana provides a lot of value if you can keep her alive.
Yeah, Marion University have had kind of all eyes forward. There's not a whole lot of push and pull. It's been push, 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 for better or worse. All forward attention all the time. Luke taking it back to the sky, sticking with the Pharah here on the defense, which means Primo on the Mercy there. You can see the damage boost as rockets are getting poured in early, but Norman lands the shots. Wings are clipped. Primo, not really an opportunity to res. You can see Tundra up there just camping on the body and manages to get the kill on a Primo. Primo really trying to force that one in, and Tundra was
just
having
walked in there,
none of it. Yeah.
The defense on the tank still, though, is not quite done, but then they do lose James, so not a lot of DPS left to work with aside from the tanks. At least you still got your Ana. This time around, Serio still safe on that high ground, able to heal up most of the team.
The nades have had to be used defensively, though. Haven't seen a whole lot of bio nades be used to get purples and to push an advantage or to create an advantage, but have been forced to use just to stabilize, just to try to keep the tanks in this fight. Means the nano boost is online, going on to Zitster immediately. Has a couple of targets inside. Big Earls will find one of them, but it's too little too late. Zitster does pick up 2, but there's just so many blue jerseys left on this point. It's going to be hard for Zitzer to bring this back. Close to Primal, but still falls.
Chose to go after a soldier instead of trying to get some more cleave on the cart so that Primal couldn't get online. The choices we make, the mistakes sometimes follow. They just keep cleaning up here. I mean, yeah.
What a sleep!
They're still stalling as well, which is really funny. But yeah, Primo's not going to get that res off. That's not happening. Norman's not going to let that happen. They'll be putting 8 caps, 448.
I gotta give a little tip of the hat to Serial on that sleep, because Primo would have been dead way earlier, and Serial comes in and manages to sleep the Winston. So, I mean, good looking out. May not be much peel for Serial, but Serial has protected Primo, all right? They are trying their darndest.
Oh, they're doing an awfully good job of it comparatively to like previously in the map. That switch to the Mercy was really working out, but now they're gonna go over to the Lucio, the Baptiste, the Reinhardt's coming back out, James on the Doomfist, Luke on the Reaper. This is just complete swap up, 0 ultimate charge online for anybody, but they do immediately rush onto the cart and get some value.
I like the fact that they're setting the tempo. They're taking the fight quickly and getting results just as fast. Good block on the self-destruct. Norman's Pulse Bomb picks up 2. You're kidding me. Does eventually fall, but much quicker respawns here for Ottawa.
And they sort of just, it's those like tiny things, right? But they sort of let it happen. They kind of let the Tracer, they just take the pulse and then they let themselves walk into each other so she gets more value out of it. It's not what you want to see, but with their forward hold, they do have a lot of space to come back into this. And the Reaper's still alive. There we go. There's finally Luke taken care of.
Sound barrier from University of Ottawa to protect against the double damage of Serial's amplification matrix. She is going to fall. Dunks is traded out. Both Reinhardt's going down, as a matter of fact. Self-destruct used to try to get advanced Pyre back in the back and gets the kill on Norman. Norman peeks out a little too preemptively. Didn't quite time that one right. And that might be just the thing that tilts this fight, as James has returned, is putting pressure both on the Baptiste and the soldier in the back line. Meteor Strike lands on Java's head. Juke is going to find V-Striker, Mirian hold in this really important fight on the back of point B.
Yeah, this Doomfist pick has been really fun to watch. It's been really working out. Luke now on the Cassidy as well will be able to do Norman-esque shenanigans from high grounds potentially. With a little bit of flanking, a little bit of just poking away with the damage. 60% towards the high noon already. And they're really keeping an eye on this corridor too, getting some extra damage out before even anything starts.
Doing a good job of tracking that rotation. And Matrix is going to force Marion University off the high ground. Norman needs a flashbang. Dunks is there to protect. Shatter went somewhere. And now Dunks is just swinging for the fences. I think trying to get a little cheeky on that. Speaking of, there's a big pin into the back line. Not typically advisable, but they're up enough that University of Ottawa are kind of able to surround. Dunks gets back to safety before finally getting Shatter back into oblivion. Zitzer does give their life for that Shatter, I should say. A little bit of stall here at the end, but inevitably Ottawa will pick up this point.
Yeah, I mean, still they are able to stall a little bit, so they get a little bit more time bought off the clock. It still will be, I mean, a little over 3 minutes, but when they finally get to this checkpoint, 3:15. It is. I mean, it's enough to get there, but it's still rough. I mean, last point of this map is particularly rough because there's just so much stall potential from the defense, but because they don't have to get all the way to the end, they do have a little bit more leeway in terms of not having to win 2 fights or 1.5 fights, but just that 1 fight when they finally get there.
And now we're getting into a real Reinhardt mirror with the Reaper coming out from V-Striker. This is getting up close and personal. You want to have won these head-to-heads all day long, but an early Ant Matrix gives Marion the edge. Meteor Strike in the back. And it's Marion University who are creating the sandwich right now. They're the bread, and they're squeezing Ottawa well to death.
James has been so good at seeing the right targets, like just punching Norman out of the high noon and going straight into a couple of other like uppercuts, right clicks, just to make sure that everyone that is pivotal in that composition that gets disabled just long enough for them not to get their value.
Speaking of, James is getting some great value out of the Doomfist right now.
He is doing that.
I mean, force out the Immortality Field from the pressure on the Supreme. The Shatter devalues the Amplification Matrix, and Zitzer is able to step in front of it, so the shield's not taking the brunt of that damage. Does end up overextending a little bit and falls, but Luke and company are chasing Ottawa right out the door. Primo gets back with 15 health, and Marion University are doing a good job of skirting this line.
1 minute 45, half the time pretty much already burned. Really good job from Marion to be able to hold for this long already, but Norman just comes in from the side, takes out one, and then they can take another one. They did lose one of their own. That sound barrier could be in the way, but Norman gets the dead eye. This looks like it's going to be over. They're going to maybe get another respawn in, but it's going to be very close.
You can see Ottawa trying to put everybody on that cart, push it forward. Don't let Marion get another fight. Marion do have some ults to work with if they make it back out here. James falls immediately. Self-destruct to try to zone him off. Shatter knocked Advanced Pirate back. Doesn't manage to get the self-destruct towards the car, but it's not in a great position. Death Blossom to deny any further contestation. And Marion University fall to University of Ottawa in a 3-0. We will have to say goodbye to the Sabres. University of Ottawa moving on to the semifinals.
They're going to play that later tonight as well. It's going to be a first of 4, best of 7 series. But right now, we can still celebrate the wonderful plays that Marion University have been giving us throughout the season and throughout the Nationals. And with this roster, they did get very far. They did make a lot of promotions throughout 2021-2022 seasons. But in the end, they're not the champions of this division.
Yep. GG's to you as well, Serial. Y'all played your hearts out. You had a wonderful season. It's tough. I don't know of anybody else that moved up 2 divisions and still managed to make it this far in Nationals. So GG's to the Marion squad. But yep, it is Ottawa. Ottawa moving on. And we'll get to see if they can progress even further here in their debut at NECC. Just joined us here in the spring semester and already making waves. Fantastic match, but not our only one of the day, Classy. We're going to take a break and get some more set up. Wait, what do we got coming up next? We got CCE Blue taking on Valpo Shield when we return with more of our NECC Nationals. Time to get into our second match of the day here in NECC Overwatch Nationals. My name is Jeff. I'm here with Soav here to get us through our second series. We're headed to the Challengers Division, where it is a win or go home scenario.
Yeah, we got CCE Blue taking on a Valpo Shield, and we were kind of just talking about this a little earlier, but this is the return match, right? CCE Blue already in their previous engagement here came up 3-0, so Valpo Shield out for some revenge here. They really need, and they need to keep this to go on, like you said. It's do or die now, and going that first loss 0-3 is a pretty tough beat. So you are hungry if you are Valpo Shield.
But we saw a similar story in our Series 1 where the team that previously had 3-0'd ended up getting swept today and sent home. So don't let that previous result fool you into thinking that this is a shoe-in for CCE. It's still going to be a tough fight ahead of them. And, I mean, we're down to the nitty-gritty. Of the 11 teams that entered group stage here in Nationals for the Challengers Division, only 4 will move on. And, obviously, both of these teams hoping they can count themselves among those. So let's take a look at our lineups. Let's see who we're going to see on the battlefield here for this matchup. We're going to start off looking at CCE Blue. And, well, my eyes are on Wolf Raider as well as Rig Pig. These are going to be... Rig Pig is one of the tanks, is the IGL for this squad. This player had moved up from a flex support previously into that off-tank role so they could get in more of that shot-calling position and help lead this team to victory. Wolf Raider, the captain of this squad, playing support for him. And apparently she has done a lot of work here over Nationals to keep this team organized and keep them sharp as they continue through the back end of this tournament.
Yeah, and the other one we got to call out here that we didn't see in the spring was Martist, who coming back in, had graduated, is still eligible. I'm very curious to see, because I hadn't seen them in the previous spring set, so I'm very curious to see what this talent brings in here as this kind of senior plus player comes in for the side of CC. But let's jump over to Shield, shall we? Let's jump over to the Valpo squad and see who they're bringing it today. And, you know, this is a relatively fresh squad between Fimputi, who is their leader, their captain for this, and I'm expecting to lead the way. And, you know, like across this is just a very young squad. So this is a squad you'll see even in the future splits, I think, as well, Bull Skunk. So Fimputi's got that time to grow. And considering how well they did in the spring, this is a pretty good looking squad to come up against the champions from the spring split. And, you know, their former, victors.
And I think it's important to note Famputi is a DPS player. So the heroes they choose to roll out with are going to make a big difference on how they're able to call the shots going through this series. Another one to note, the support player there's the Chinese characters.
In the Mandarin.
I believe it's some sort, I'm not a specialist on whether that's Mandarin or Cantonese, just looking at it written out, and I certainly don't want to fit anybody. But the point being, that player is Ball Z, so we'll be making the call Ball Z as we get through the game. So that will be the support player that we're referring to in that regard. But that's the who. Let's talk about the where. As we're going to start off on Control in our first to 3 series. Ilios got banned out, which means CCE have chosen Oasis to start us off.
Yeah, this is not where I was expecting to bring. We've seen a lot of Basan. We've seen a lot of Li Jiang. Interesting call in Oasis. I guess we're really expecting to maybe run more of these poke comps or maybe these dive comps. There's a lot of high ground to contest. But then again, you get to University and it's easy just running and swing some hammers. So this is going to be a good litmus test for both of these teams going into this series, I think. There's a lot of different things you need to keep an eye on. There's a lot of players that need to shine. And I'm extra curious, like you said, Famputi coming in and shot calling from DPS is a little atypical. So I think where you can find those success points and your callers from the DPS may actually work out to be an advantage. So if this team listens to their DPS players and gives the support where they need it, they'll be in a great spot going into this first map, I think, Bull Skunk.
Well, that's where I was talking about the importance of the hero selection. A hero like Sombra or Doomfist will often initiate the attacks, even if you see Doomfist in a Reinhardt composition. It's one of my favorite little points because it kind of breaks my brain a little bit. But the Doomfist is the one who sets the tempo and who really leads the charge in that kind of brawl setup. And so if Famputi is playing that type of a hero, then they'll be able to set the timing and dictate where the team wants to focus. May is a good option for that as well. Using the walls to kind of set the tempo. And May really wants to slow down the pace of these fights. So Famputi will be able to make those decisions in the moment and, you know, perhaps lead this team, keep them focused. On the other side, CCE Blue coming off of their most successful season in spring, winning their first title for their school. here in Overwatch. And this team has been on an absolute tear. Went 8-1 through regular season, got first in the spring playoffs. Now coming in the blue jerseys and have already taken a bunch of spaces. They claim hallway, find 2 quick picks. Good wall to section off the team. CCE Blue off to a very strong start. They should be able to grab first cap.
Yeah, this will be an pretty easy first cap, all things considered, considering that Hanzo from Dirty Wolf is just kind of already was eliminated. There's not as many sight lines to cover that, but the most important part of this, like you were kind of alluding to, was that Mei. But Pamputi's decided they're not going to take that duel. They're not even going to worry about trying to get that. They're just going to spam the damage in, and I think that's fine. If they think they're going to play that small hallway, that's a great answer to that, but you have to be very aware because the DPS for the side of CCE Blue, the supports for CCE Blue already pretty far along those ultimates, so those will get up there pretty quick, Skunk.
Vampudi trying to claim some space into the small hallway. See Java Chump and Martis moving over just to keep him in check, keep Vampudi from taking over, and the battle commences here at this front choke. Implication Matrix up here from Champlain College, and CCE are pouring out the damage. Both Immortality fields used, which means there's nothing to protect Balls. A beautiful headshot from Mercy through that Amp Matrix, and oh, that one hurt. Taking that Baptiste out, what a priority pick to find that one amongst the chaos.
Yeah, that's most of that healing gone, and that's basically just forcing that reset there. And CC Blue won that fight without even really having to commit anything. 4 ultimates on the board. They won it with that free window. They'll find some information here, and Dirty Wolf is going to try to set themselves up for a dragon. And I think that's going to be the thing they have to get for the value here. They need this dragon to come up huge, but they also need to force Immortality field out first and be wary of that Blizzard. A lot of things in play for Valpo Shield.
And it looks like CCE Blue are watching for this dragon. You can see they're not overcommitting. Ooh, self-destruct shatter combo, not quite able to land the mark. It was a good concept, but did not execute as well as they had hoped. Nevertheless, I mean, Wistful got a great shatter of their own. Dragons do eventually come out and find one, but through all that, CCE Blue are finding a few picks. It's whittled down to just a few remaining members on this objective. CCE Blue are stalling it out, buying some time. Rick Pig is back on this objective, able to find a pick, and tanks have returned to solidify this point, and percentage continues to build.
That's so unfortunate. They had the moment, but it's lost now. Valpo Shield has to commit everything else they have into this to keep this alive here, Skunk.
And they're running into bow support, ult and a Blizzard on the other side. A good Amp Matrix from Ball Z will force CCE Blue back and allow Valpo Shield a chance to start building up some percentage of their own. Well, that's occurred.
Yeah, but
CCE are rotating around the outside. Gonna use a sound barrier to go and engage, throw down that Blizzard. Yeah, the Blizzard didn't really catch as much. Found 2, but the sound barrier keeps Valpo Shield in this, while the self-destruct picks up a pair on the other side. Now moving into the small hallway, you're in Junkrat's playground, and Vamputi's gonna pick up a pair.
Wow, what a great turn back. Bruv came in and hit that sound barrier exactly where it needed to be. That was a do or die situation, and they will keep this going there, and it's just rebuilding it back now. There's still a high noon coming in for CCE, but that alone is probably not going to be enough, so if they can keep an eye on Martist on this Cassidy, they can really keep control of this. And Vamputi's already almost to another tire, has just been getting so much value with those mines and the spam damage there. You have to be more cognizant of that for if you're CCE.
They have the tires coming out immediately. That's going to pick up a pair, take some artists out of their Deadeye. Looks like the Immortality field was just a touch late on that. Valpo Shield going to win this one just off the back of that one ultimate.
Yeah, that's all it takes, and time is slowly running out here, Skunk, and they need to pull back. What was looking so good for CCE is suddenly falling back. These Wolves, 2 ultimates total, just coming out for CCE Blue. Those have to be kept and counted well, because CCE doesn't really have a way to capture this. The self-destruct will come in mid, but that may not be enough.
And after winning the neutral, they're rotating around coast side. They're going to hang out up there. Looks like a couple are trying to push into the back line. Dirty Wolf is all over this. And making sure that CCE Blue doesn't get any free shots from that high ground. Dragons are going to come out. Shatter combined with it from Wistful, and everybody's down low. Immortality Field taking care of it. The Dragons are picking up 2. Dirty Wolf able to follow that up with 1 as well as Vampudi finding Martist in the corner. And with 99%, this proved to be a crucial fight here from Valpo Shield as they bring it all the way back.
Oh, that's so worst case scenario for CCE Blue, Skunk. They had it. They almost had it. They were 1 fight territory the whole way through there just to to go all the way back and run it down. Oh, that's so unfortunate. The adaption from Valpo Shield and the space control, like just those two things alone, adaptions were just enough to keep them in that game. Just being able to take control of the whole space, keep an eye on the opposing team, know what's going on. Beautifully done. They earned that first round. But as we go to round 2, you can already see the changes coming in. The Pharah is coming out. The poke comp is kind of coming in. Sigma Hog is a little... I'm a little iffy on it, Skunk. I'm going to be real. I kind of would have liked to see Ball, but this is an aggressive frontline comp. I do like it. You have to keep that Cassidy near Sigma, otherwise they're just going to get overrun here. This is a dangerous comp, but it can work for CCE Blue, and I like it, the adaptation. Let's see if it pulls off.
Yeah, and the Roadhog kind of acts as your main tank in this Pig's Feet setup, as Wolf dubbed it back in 2020. Mercy, this guy, I like this pick, and it's a little bit more apropos for having a Mercy in a DPS role. At least Far is kind of like the sister there, so we'll let that one slide. We'll let that one slide.
Close enough.
It's close enough. This is a strong Far map. You can use these kind of ivy tops as cover and poke in above. Valpo Shield have picked up some high ground, and they're going to be very difficult to dislodge from that high ground with this Junkrat Hanzo duo.
Yeah, there's really not a way to initiate this well from the side of CCE Blue. You kind of are stuck poking, but if you can't even reach them, there's so much natural cover to avoid. So this initiate's going to have to be big, and it's going to be tough.
It also means Valpo Shield got first control without even finding one pick. Mercy is able to pick up one. Moving up to the high ground and look for some more. Don't get too close to that right hammer. Don't get too close to the edge there, Valpo Shield. That was dangerous. The shield comes up just in time to block the concussion blast, but still, Ballsy will fall to some nice directs, and CCE Blue will flip this point.
That was some great patient play from CCE. They looked really good. They knew they could just poke it down, and they're going to, you know what, Valpo Shield decides they're just going to play a similar game. They don't want to try and deal with that. They'll bring in some of their own, though. I guess no Pharah available, and the only concern I have with that is that it resets a lot of their ult economy, Skunk, and that's a lot because all you have is Ballsy's window, this amplification matrix, and the barrage is looking good for Mercy. You can see it. They're ready. They want it.
Yeah, they're trying to find the right opportunity to drop into the back line. Valpo Shield's going to move indoors to try to avoid some of this damage coming out from the Pharah. Not really able to get very far into it. CCE Blue are able to clog up that choke. Just stick a cork in that thing, and nobody from Valpo's Shield is able to find any purchase. Finally, Wistful sneaks in a shot, picks up Java Chump in the back line. Oh, that is huge. That should not happen. Rig Pig is going to fall as well, and Valpo's Shield are coming back just as strong. Rig Pig will get rezzed up. Still a player advantage. Mercy throws in the barrage. Again, the trade. Haas answers back, finds the shield on the other side, finds the tank on the other side, while Martis is continuing to do some work from the high ground. And it looks like the tanks from CC Blue are able to hold the line despite a very close call.
Yeah, I think the adaptions that came in here to try to match this were good, but this one fight, this first initial fight, took a little too long to really get into because now they're at 75%. We're moving to last fight territory, and you have a whole hog. Maybe you can get some value with that if you're Valpo Shield, but considering what's on the other side, there's a flux, there's a trance, it's going to get negated somehow. So you have to be really, really clutch with this, short of just poking long enough to get some sort of tank combo here, but you're running out of time, so Sea-Dog gonna have to come up huge here.
Valpo has to get this Transcendence out early. Rig Pig whiffs on the Gravitic Flux. That's good news for them. Now Wistful trying to respond. Gets stunned out of it. Martis picks them out of the sky. Whole Hog doesn't get anything either. Sea-Dog very low on health. Take a breather. Gets them back up temporarily, but there's a lot of pressure coming through, but a lot of time has been bought. Valpo Shield have managed to find 2, make that 3 picks. So they're in a good position to bring it back, despite ults kind of not really going their way. But Java Chump, okay, Java Chump.
Oh, no.
I see you there, buddy. Nice pair of kills.
Look, you might as well take one on the way out on the reset, and for CC Blue, that's fine. You've saved most of the things you want there. Martist giving up that ultimate, though, is kind of something I might have wanted to keep. You had you had an ultimate there. You might have wanted it. But the most important thing there is you do have Transcendence, right? Like, Transcendence is going to be keeping you in this longer. Hopefully Haas can get some value because it's just one fight. Just win the fight for CC Blue and it's over. You just got to make it through Dirty Wolf's visor first.
And Java Chump having the discipline to hold on to that Transcendence is massive. 3 ults on the other side, including both support ults. Yeah, Haas gets hooked out early.
That's huge.
Transcendence is late. Doesn't save it. CC Blue needs to find value on this now. It's going to fade, and the attack visor is up. There's an Amp Matrix available as well here for Valpo Shield. Dirty Wolf didn't even really need to use it. gets a pair of kills, including the Mercy. No res available, and Valpo Shield continue to move closer and closer to that 100 mark.
They are bringing it back just like in this first round, but my concern is there's not much left in the tank for them. Meanwhile, CCE, there's a blade coming in. It takes them maybe a couple seconds to poke it up, but between that and that boosted blade, there's a win condition there. So Famputi coming in with this high noon, gonna have to probably use that to zone out this Genji here. That's probably gonna be what we see coming down. Keep an eye out for it as this contest comes in. There's the pick though, Skunk.
Yeah, Haas able to win the hog battle this time. Deadeye out for Famputi, used early in the fight to try to find some initial picks. Not going to happen. Now Mercy, 99%. Genji Blade unsheathed and immediately cuts through too. Chopping through the Sigma as well. Will eventually fall. Little help from Ring Pig on that one. Mercy finds a fourth. The Blade was massive, and that's exactly what CCE Blue needed. They're going to send us on over to our final round here on Oasis.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Trading in that high noon was probably the mistake. I understand you wanted to play that aggressively, but if you're tracking well, you knew that blade was coming and you know you don't have a support ultimate to kind of keep yourselves through it. I think that was maybe a case where you wanted to play that a little more defensively, play a little more passive, and just try to buy that time for it. But here we are. It's 3. I don't think we'll see a lot of this back. You might see this ball stay around, but I wouldn't bet on it. If I had to bet here, we're going to dive, and there's a lot of it. CCE Blue, though, kind of, they don't like what I have to say, so they want to play this anti-dive, which I do like. I think that's actually a valid strat here. It's easy just to bunker up in the center and just kind of get control, hold it down, and then force the dive and poke comps to come to you. So I like these strats. I like these takes and these kinds of plays here. I don't know what's going to happen when we actually get to the point, though.
Martis is going to swap over to a Cassidy. Famputi to a Doomfist. And just there's a lot of CC available here for CCE Blue. It's going to be very difficult for Valpo Shield to find a target to pounce on. It was a good read. I think a beautiful call in the composition. And they have the edge. Now, Valpo Shield can still outplay it. It's going to take a coordinated effort here on this initial attack. I think this initial attack is going to say a lot. Sea-Dog dropping down to try to deny CCE Blue that first cap easy. Gonna go and roll in, and Mercy finds the pick into the backline. Bruv goes down. Coordinated assault. Both tanks moving in alongside the Doomfist, but nobody wants to die thanks to Wolf Raider in a beautifully placed immortality field. And now Famputi's out of the fight. The anti-dive works for CCE Blue.
Oh, that's a huge nade, though.
Yeah, but it's so late. There's nobody left to follow up on it.
Yeah, you're right on that. Fight's basically over, and now we're into my fear, Skunk, because now this anti-dive comp is in position. They've got ultimates. They are ground in, and this dive is going to have such a time. You can see Famputi is just deciding we need more damage, so we're just going to go back to that Junkrat, and the nano is there, but I don't know. I don't know, Skunk. That's going to be a lot, given that the early window, too. They will not give this up.
Oh, Storm Arrows through it. Ant Matrix Dragons as well. Mercy comes up with a big 3K. That was a lot of damage, and Valpo Shield got the brunt of all of it.
Oh, no. That was a statement. That was we do not want to deal with this. We've got your number. We are ready. And CCE Blue, I mean, they haven't figured out the Sea-Dog is just kind of chilling there, just hanging out on the high ground, waiting. But, I mean, that's what hamsters do, right? They kind of just hang out, wait until you're ready for them, and then they'll sneak their way into wherever they want to be, right?
Well, I mean, if Mercy keeps getting picks like that, Sea-Dog's going to be waiting for a while.
Oh, yeah, for real. I mean, there it is. There's going to be the contest. I'll force him back. And, I mean, mines are here. Maybe you'll try to draw some space with those and try to trap somebody in, but I don't think so, Skunk.
And Mercy continues to dominate that main choke. Just really not letting the DPS get close.
Skunk, there's another entrance, right? There's another way into this map, right? Like, I'm not crazy.
No, we're not on Paris. There is more than one way in. It's going to be a NATO engage coming through from Valpo's shield. The mines were used on the back end of that and trying to do a little pincer maneuver. Wistful managed to force a few members of CCE Blue onto the outside, and that worked out well. Blue had to scramble to get away from the dual tank ultimates, and Valpo's shield are able to capitalize.
Jokes aside, that was a good patient play, though. They waited until they had everything set. It's unfortunate it cost them most of the percentage point, though, to finally get to that point where they could take their action, but it was well acted when they got there. They'll have this rally coming in addition to this Deadeye, so dueling Deadeyes is going to be important. Whoever kind of ends up using this rally first is really going to keep themselves in this game, so whoever commits that first, and then judging by this alone, it might be Bruv here. Keep an eye out for which Brig falls first.
Chump is going to be the first to pull the trigger. Bruv still a few percentage away. Trying to escort the Orisa in and put some pressure on this high ground. Valpo Shield have to drop and contest this at some point. Anybody who does is going to be unlucky enough to take the brunt of a lot of damage and an armored up CCE Blue. Bruv does have their rally ready to go. Perhaps just trying to wait out this shielding, but there's the cap. The cap comes through for free. Now Blue are going to be the one getting percentage throughout this fight. Nano Boost goes down on a whistle while a Deadeye from the high ground drops down. CC Blue are able to kite out of the way of it.
Nothing.
One skull was there, but there was an immortality field up. Now CCE Blue are finding some value, but the blade is there from Vampooty. Gets shut down by Java Chump.
Oh, no.
Mercy with the shield, with the dragons into the back, takes care of Bruv. And this is CCE Blue, who have the numbers on this point, and just trying to take care of some stalling coming through from Valpo Shield.
That's such an unfortunate error for Valpo Shield. Just waited a little too long. The communication was just off, and unfortunately it cost them round 1 skunk. And I think that's kind of been the overarching of this, right? It's been small mistakes that have just kind of snowballed into things. It's been using trance too early. It's been giving up too much time, assuming someone could touch and prevent that flip. It's just been moments, and it's so difficult. It's so frustrating because Mercy has been absolutely a nuisance. Look at this. Just watch this play. Even with barely having the information, just knew where they were going. Just the absolute quality play from that Hanzo. That's just such a shame because it's just the smallest. You can see these teams are back and forth. Sure. Both of these teams have the ability to keep this going the distance, but it's just the smallest errors that Valpo Shield has been making where CCE Blue has been able to capitalize and get that. And then it's the quality of just decision making. You can see CCE Blue has watched the footage. They knew there was going to be dive. They knew there was going to be this. They could run this counter dive comp and force their tempo of the game. And that's what you need to see, especially here in Challengers. Forcing it at your speed and the way you want to play it is going to be so important. But for CC Blue, they will get to ban. So that's the consolation for them when winning, but they won't get to pick where we're going.
And that choice of map pick has been a huge strategic factor throughout nationals here. So I'm very curious what Valpo Shield want to do. It does give them an opportunity to kind of reset the tempo, to kind of force things at their own pace. With the excellent composition choice coming out from CCE Blue, they were the ones kind of forcing the issue from the get-go. I mean, just as soon as the doors opened, CCE Blue were the ones that were creating the scenario they wanted to fight it. They built the stage that favored them. And it showed there at the end. We saw the reluctancy of Valpo Shield to drop down and in turn gave up that point in that very pivotal final fight. They give up the percentage without really much of a contest, and that was just due to some excellent composition choices and communication coming out of CCE Blue.
Agree. And even in Gardens, look back to the other rounds. In Gardens, they set the map. They set the pace. They picked Hog Sigma, which I wouldn't have picked that. I would have thought you would be playing that Pharah or at a dive maybe at that point. But they decided that was what they wanted to do. And what did it do? It forced Valpo Shield to play their game. And once you're playing CCE Blue's game, it's too late. You've already lost at this point. So I think you need to kind of fight that back and think about what you're picking here. If you know that there is a strong, aggressive, but also kind of fragile front line, you may need to start thinking about your counter picks and what you need to do about that. Because as I said, once you play CCE Blue's game, you've already lost.
And that's exactly what happened there. And it was I got to talk with the manager Stratosphere here before the match, and was saying, this decisive play style was really important to one of their keys to victory. And then on top of that was clear and efficient communication. And I think we saw all of that really coming together for CCE Blue. In a moment that pops into my head is that play of the game where we see the storm arrows up right as the Winston engages, and the amp matrix is there like mid-storm arrows to double the damage coming out from Mercy on the Hanzo. And it was perfect like that. And that communication, like knowing exactly where to put the dragons to find the double kill. It's coming together beautifully here so far for Champlain College. We'll see what Valpo has in store for map number 2.
Yeah, and we'll see what they have in store, but we do know at least where they're going for store, I guess in some ways. We are going to Kings Row. It turns out that we banned Hollywood, non-surprisingly. But Kings Row, I think, was kind of the, again, I say this all the time. If you've seen me at all, were we really wanting to play anything else besides Kings Row? Most teams want to play this most of the time. So like this was kind of to be expected in some way. But the good news here is that this is going to force more brawlish comps. You can still run dive for the most part, but these kind of brawl comps tend to be king still here on King's Row. Given that, this is probably the game they want to play. If I have to guess at a Valpo Shield, they did look a little outclassed in that kind of Rhine brawl for a hot moment, but the control's its own beast, right? Like you can kind of lose control and still win everything else in Overwatch. So this is going to be an interesting round 2, I think.
I think that round on University was pretty indicative if we're going to go into a brawl here.
Yeah.
Because that was one where Valpo Shield, once they got their feet underneath them, they stabilized and never yielded. And
Yes.
that was when Valpo Shield looked at their best. So I think there's sound reason behind their pick here on Kings.
Can you leave it on?
They're going to go on the attack. CCE Blue will defend. Coming out with some double bubble. One of my favorite comps to watch. This is going to be a tricky place to pull it off.
This is going to be rough. Maybe you only start this in this initial A phase, but it does look good here for all the high ground you need to control for being able to collapse onto this brawl comp that is here. So CC Blue, it kind of gives me that idea that they know what's coming. They've looked at the feed, they looked at the play, they've watched their opponents, and they know what's coming. Because I do like this here. There's a lot of different ways and a lot of crossfire you can set up, and I don't know that these snipers are going to sit, but Dirty Wolf already taking that shot early is not a good starting point here, Skunk.
Not been easy enough to heal up. Fortunately for Dirty Wolf, it was not a headshot, and they're able to just drop back and make a change, or just heal up and continue on with the Widowmaker. So double snipers alongside a traditional brawly comp, which means there's no DPS really here on the front line. Famputi was trying to focus down the high ground. Meanwhile, Rig Pig and Haas are able to find a couple picks in the front line.
Yeah, that's kind of the concern of all this, and they are going to give up that to a little bit more self-sustaining front line and try to put that resources into the DPS, but that's not a good start to this. Dirty Wolf going down here again. Like if you're going to try to put these resources into your DPS, that's not a good starting point. You may need to give up that Lucio and Baptiste. You didn't get a lot of ults in, like charge into it anyways, but maybe bring in the Mercy, bring in a Zen, something that give you a little bit more strength here.
Mercy has certainly been strong. Look at that ult percentage. Dirty Wolf was able to get a little bit done, but outclassing a Widowmaker in that sniper duel, that is not easy to do as a Hanzo, particularly from this defensive position. And I love this double bubble choice. This is working out really well. Haas is bouncing around beautifully, able to control these high grounds. Important pick onto Ball Z there at the beginning of this fight. And CCE Blue are looking dominant now there. Finally, Dirty Wolf was able to get some work done.
Yeah, but the one pick, there's not really a place for these tanks to run onto. There's no one to really engage onto. And you know the second you touch the point, you're just going to get swamped. So there's no real enticing move for Valpo Shield other than to wait for a pick or two. And if they're losing the fight like that, it's going to take even longer. They haven't even touched Skunk, and there's 2 minutes left. Like, they're just running out of time. They're giving away this time, and there's no real pressure, but there is a pressure from Dragons coming out. Ooh.
Oh, Wistful's under a ton of pressure right now. Yeah, gets caught in that corner, absolutely melted, while Sea-Dog was circling through Hotel. Now Sea-Dog's kind of on the island. You can't kinetic grasp that Tesla cannon, and that's a nanoed Winston in your face. Haas is just pushing Sea-Dog back. Sea-Dog looking to return with a little bit of their cooldowns, but now the cooldowns are gone. Good heals from Balls. The only reason Sea-Dog is still standing.
Oh yeah, but meanwhile, with Wolf going down yet again, it's just indicative of this situation right now. Haas still has these two. We have tank ultimates. We haven't needed them, Skunk. We've just have tank ultimates. We've had them for a while now.
Yep, Graviton Surge has eventually come out. Oh, it looks pretty darn massive. Got at least 2 with that. Both tanks are going to go down. Bruv trying to get out of there, but getting chased. Rig Pig with 90+ charge. Big short work of the Baptiste. And now is running to touch the spawn door. Finds Bo's supports in that. Rig Pig been absolutely outstanding on the Zarya.
Yeah, I said the second you play their game, you're already losing, but you're playing your game now and you're still losing, so you got to change it up. And I do like this poke comp a little bit better. I still don't know this is it. I kind of almost wish you had stayed full committed to the rush comp and just played, you can send someone out to kind of touch point and force and play around at this hotel. But now I just say that, but Famputi's already hit 2.
There you go. All right, Cassie Swat working out here immediately.
Love to
Lost
see
in
it.
the back, see if they can bring it back. Primal Rage on to Dirty Wolf, and they're going to fall. Nano boost online for Balls and a +1, and Valpo Shields. They move on to the point, but Haas equalizes, fighting both DPS, and it's a 4v4 left on this objective. Oh, if they could get brawled, that would have won the fight right there. Good heals from Balls as the Nano throws on to Wistful. Whistle trying to get something done on the front line. At least moves Haas back, who eats a sleep dart on the way out. Mercy is going to cover them with some dragons over the statue. Sea Dog just had to duck into the window, went down so low. The rest of Valpo Shield trying to push through Hotel. And CCE Blue are reading this every step of the way. Every opportunity Valpo Shield tries to push in, CCE Blue slam that door shut.
They just have the number, but the double, the 2 for the Deadeye can turn this around. Overtime's hit though, Skunk. Is that enough?
I don't think so. Graviton Surge is going to hold Sea Dog in place. There's not much left. Wistful has to just make a leap onto point. Both cooldowns out, and that's a very high shot. Zarya in your face. Rig Pig indeed going to melt down Wistful. Ant Matrix up here from the attacking Valpo Shield as they desperately tried to hold onto this point. But Ballsy will fall to a Primal Rage. Tracer's going to come in and touch, but is running out of cooldowns. Gets melted. Sea Dog is the next one on. Look at that. Anti-sleep dart. Everything focused onto Sea Dog, and no progress picked up for Valpo Shield here on Kings Row. A true full hold here for Champlain College.
This is true worst case scenario, Skunk. No percentage, full hold. I don't know. I couldn't even count how many times they really even made it to the point. There maybe was half a dozen touches to the point itself for that. You know they're going to bring out this double bubble. That was such a strong comp. There's no reason to change anything up. CCE Blue, they've not only read the book here, they memorized it and they've taken notes. They can give you the cliff notes here. They already know how this is coming, Skunk. This is just wild how well they are playing Valpo Shield.
And Valpo Shield had a plan coming out. It was an interesting plan, combining snipers with a brawly front line. Yeah. But when that was not finding any value, they realized they're not getting any purchase. They seem to not have much of a backup plan. Like, they ended up going over to more of the Wrecking Ball style composition, and Dirty Wolf, showed us some good stuff.
There were moments.
But I mean, it was Famputi that was on the Cassidy last time, right? Am I just crazy? Maybe I'm crazy. It wouldn't be the first time.
No, I think that was Famputi there, and I think Dirty Wolf is picking up the duty here as just the traditional hit scan, but I assume the Symmetra is to get an angle to this high to the top of the statue?
I don't see a teleporter currently. We'll see what the plan is. Maybe just trying to bunker down and hold the backside of Hotel. Mercy coming out on the Pharah. I love Pharah on Attack Kings Row. You can do a lot of corralling and really hold Valpo Shield in place while the rest of the team moves in and is able to find the angles to pick them apart. Patient play from CCE Blue. They've been rewarded for it previously on Oasis. Good start here so far, but Haas falls early.
That's an early pick, and that means that it's likely to keep going. All it's going to take is a minute to reset, and the ult charges will continue to poke. And that's kind of the thing about this. They sense the weakness. Haas going to give up that Winston. They don't need it. They would rather just play for the picks here, and I don't disagree. I think that's a good place to be, considering the rest of CCE Blue is already pretty far into this ult charge.
And we just had lots of flavors of 2020 here today. And now we're in the 2020 playoff
for real.
meta. with the Hog and the Zarya. Once again, the Hog kind of the main tank in this composition. You can see Haas running into the back line. Yep, and that's a couple of them, as a matter of fact. Lana goes down. No way you're going to get that res off. Everybody's all over Bruv, and it's a celebratory barrage on the objective. And the percentage will accrue. CCE Blue moving up to match point. Clean 2-0.
That was a good acknowledgement of the win condition, though, right? Haas knew, all right, we can play the double bubble, we can play the long game. Just realize that all we need to do is get one. And what is the easiest way to get one pick? Then just bring a Hog out, tote myself out there, make a target. Someone will take the bait and just win on that. But Mercy, really, like, that's just great awareness, too, of just knowing where do I need to be, where is likely the Ana setup. Just great. Like, just great read, great intuition. You can see the work from CCE Blue was put in, like the coaches, like the managers said. It's all there, and they are showing it again. And we are on the way to another 3-0 with Valpo Shield's pick coming up for this escort. I don't know, Skunk. I don't even know where to go. Like, I don't even know what to say here.
I mean, I don't know what Coach Drew is feeding these gamers over in Vermont, but CCE Blue are looking on top of the world right now. They seem to have all the perfect answers in our opening first two maps. Not quite done. They could close it out in 3. We're going to take a break. When we return, we'll head to Escort, see if they can get the clean sweep. We'll see you back here in a few. CCE Blue looking outstanding here in our losers bracket final in the group stage of Nationals. And I think a lot of it's been on the back of Rig Pig. We talked about Rig Pig earlier at the top of this series, moving from a flex support role to an off-tank role to help lead this team in game. And man, they looked absolutely outstanding on that Zarya. I love what CCE Blue has been showing us and the adaptations they've made coming through this last semester.
Not even just the adaptations, but just they know exactly what they want to do and where they want to do it. This is the perfectly well-oiled machine here in CCE Blue. And, you know, between Rig Pig coming in, taking up that role, and you can see the behind the scene works from Wolf, just so much great work. But, you know, I got to put these shades down because we're heading south, Skunk. We're going to Havana. So hopefully this is the last stand. This is the last stand. This is where Valpo Shield wants to go. They're going to bring the heat, hopefully, here and keep themselves in because the last slot, this is it. Last slot, last game. If you don't win here and start the reverse sweep, you're going home.
Yep. Final chance for Valpo Shield to make something happen. And this is their map pick heading into Havana. And we've seen, we saw a little double sniper come out there on Kings Row. Wouldn't surprise me to see that again going into Havana. But this also reverts back. We're highlighting about our in-game leaders and the shot callers in this game. Famputi is the shot caller here for Valpo Shield, according to Father Pyro, their coach. And I find it difficult for a sniper to be able to make the shots necessary to kind of dictate the pace on the front line. And so I can't help but wonder how this is going to play out and whether they can find the synergy necessary to crack open this well-oiled machine that is CCE Blue.
Arguably, yeah, you're right. Like, that is a tough spot to be in because the only call you can really make from the back as a Widowmaker is just kind of, I got one, go. And that's kind of the call, but that's such a slow base comp that you have to play this pick comp. And if you're making that call, if you've already gotten a pick and then the call comes in, that's kind of a little too late to initiate because the damage is already done. Like, that's kind of step 2 and 3 when you should be starting on step 1, tanks initiate, create some havoc and go from there. But this got them to 3rd and 4th place in the spring split. So obviously it's a system that works for them. And maybe this has just kind of been a rough spot, but they are going to continue to run this double sniper. We were kind of talking about this, and this checks. This seems like what they want to do here. My bigger concern, though, Skunk, is this forward hold that we are going to see, and I like it. I think that makes sense to me. So you're going to have to give up a lot of this initial thought plan, and we've seen Valpo Shield kind of crumble when Plan A falls apart. So what happens when they see this in their face is going to be a bit problematic.
Thank you, Bruv. I immediately straightened up when Bruv gave us the posture check. We do get the close hold with the teleporter kind of between both doors. This has become very meta here on Havana.
Oh, yeah.
And it's a question of how long can CCE Blue stick around. Opening pick goes to Valpo Shield. That is massive. As Wolf Raider off the battlefield, and the trade for Bruv, well, this is going to favor Valpo Shield. They should be able to continually put pressure on this close hold. Haas going down is a result of that. So Valpo Shield don't take long to break open this first attack.
Nah, this is also, like, be this the standard, it is a tough maneuver to do, so it does take a little bit of finesse, and it's only something you really get one shot at, short of finding a way to force it in scrims. So yeah, this is something, this is like a hard maneuver to do. So all things considered for CC Blue, I think you're pretty content with that. You've gotten quite a bit of ultimate, Java Chup already well over halfway to a sound barrier for this next fight. That's a big deal. They'll make the changes and come in. Mercy isn't going back to that Hanzo, and yeah, I'm a little scared of that. I wouldn't want to take that Hanzo duel. That's a rough place to be. I do like those adaptions. They're not going to meet them quite at this poke comp, and I think that's a good place to be, considering you can just kind of run with this Reinhardt. You can just kind of swing the hammer and go.
I love the confidence out of Mercy. Just like, oh, we have a Hanzo problem? Allow me. I'm going to win this mirror matchup. I'm going to win this duel. Mine's out early from Sea-Dog. Famputi up there just trying to use them for a little bit of cover, trying to provide some poke. Ooh. Dragon's coming out from the attacking Valpo Shield as well. Mercy narrowly avoiding disaster on that one. Bobo XXL, excuse me, not so lucky. As Ballsy is going to find that pick. Bro finds one as well. So support's coming in clutch here from Valpo Shield. Big ante on to Java Chump. And they did invest that sound barrier in that fight, but alas, it did not help CCE Blue defend point A.
No, it did not, but it did give Valpo Shield a little bit of confidence to go in, and the double flex support here, the Moira Bruv kind of already having this coalescence is huge. I do like this. It's a little bit of an odd adaptation, but I think it's working out for them, and that's all that matters as long as they can keep this going. Havana pick looking way better initially than King's Row did, so keeping this space and keeping this up, and that's a big flux to clutch this out. Ooh, one already.
Yep. That's done and dusted. That fight's over. CCE Blue need to regroup. And I feel like we've been a little harsh on Valpo Shield. You know, we talked about how CCE won this matchup earlier in group stages in 3-0, but we failed to mention that Valpo Shield 3-0'd both of their opponents since. They took both Rogers State and Cumberland Phoenix out in clean sweeps. So, I mean, they've got something in their playbook that works well. This is the first time we've seen it today here on Havana. Another good start to this fight as the Pulse Bomb is able to pick up one, and Mines take down Haas again. This is been all Valpo Shield so far in this map.
They have looked good on this self-destruct too, but the Sea Dog finding two with those mines, yeah, this is an incredibly different Valpo Shield that we haven't seen. This is great to see them come alive like this. And CCE Blue on the other side of the coin, just kind of in this split comp. They're looking again to this Hog Sigma, just going to try and get this, but they've been reading these books and the decisions that Valpo Shields wanted to do, and they might be able to get a put down here, Skunk.
It's going to be 2 quick kills for Valpo Shield. Look at this, the supports. The supports again coming in huge. Now another Nano online and ready to go. That Coalescence still in the back pocket of Bruv, and Point B picked up with a lot of time.
The work has been coming in across the team here, and I gotta also commend again the space that is being taken for Sea Dog. Like, this is, you can tell Valpo is finally getting everything they wanted it the way they wanted it to be. So as long as they don't start to falter, they'll probably be fine. But Dragon's coming out here, ooh. Ambitious.
Yeah, I think we're hoping that the Sigma or the Ticks might be able to follow it in and maybe split off somebody, but CCE Blue are able to survive that for now. Now they've got a Coalescence and a Gravitic Flux to contend with, though. That Flux is huge. The Bionate in on the Mercy, who swapped over to a Torbjorn. Does manage to back up. Java Chump dropping the rally, able to top everybody off and provide a little additional armor. Both teams kind of retreat to their respective corners. Valpo Shield coming back in for another chance. It's going to be a Nano on to Wistful to start off this attempt. And Famputi swapping over to the Widow. Takes down Bobo, who had the Deadeye ready to go. Oh, Haas! I don't know if that's the target you were looking for, but that's the target you got. You take those all day, every day, twice on Sundays. Big pile drive in. Haas receives a Nano, is moving out into the front line to try to punish Valpo Shield. Ooh. Bobo XL returns to the fight with that Deadeye and able to find some value with it.
Yeah, they finally get their foot down, and they'll be able to stabilize here. It's going to force them back, and, it cost them a lot to do that, so they'll have 2 ultimates. Whole Hog's going to be a little bit rough to get some value on this very spread out comp, so whoever they can isolate might have to be the winning target of that. And again, with this Molten Core, I don't know, there's not a big group to really get value on, so these ultimates are going to be tough to make this work, but it's still there. Meanwhile, for Valpo Shield, they have a mine, and Sea Dog's going to send them out. They've gotten value before. Can they do it again?
Already picked up 1. Trades are there, +1. Molten Core is just going to get thrown onto the point and try to deny some space for Valpo Shield to move in and pursue this advantage. Also on that front line, can't quite land the hook. Famputi looking for something near with the Widowmaker, checking that top window, making sure there's nobody up there trying to lay down some damage, and both teams taking a moment to breathe here.
Yeah, just a reprieve, but the reprieve's over now. Sights are open.
Valpo Shield looking to move in. Rigpig looking for a spot to use this Gravitic Flux. Up to the high ground goes Haas, but you're right in that Widow's side. So Gravitic Flux does come out from Rigpig. Wistful is very low, but is able to just retreat around the corner. Meanwhile, CCE Blue focus their attention down onto Sea Dog. Haas still hanging out on this high ground. Knows they want to get that hook onto the Coalescence that's coming out. But Nano Boost onto Wistful puts Haas in an interesting spot. Has to just back all the way up. Nice Bionade. Wistful goes down in a hurry, and Haas lands the hook.
The problem for Valpo Shield here is that Famputi has been playing back in that kind of castle spot for so long. They kind of ran out of space to take when they realized we can't really move in, because if we move any closer, we're in spawn, and they've hit a wall quite literally here of just everything. They needed to keep taking the space. They needed to keep pushing back. Famputi being unable to move up, and even Dirty Wolf too, just not being able to take these more aggressive sightlines has kind of almost punished them for that. It burned out a lot of time with a minute left here. It's going to be tough to crack in with all these ultimates here.
Sea Dog onto the Orisa now to help with that frontline presence. Dirty Wolf acknowledges a few on the high ground and decides to throw some dragons up there while the tanks move in down low. Wistful with a beautiful Kinetic Flux finds Java Chub, who had Rally online and ready to go, and this cart's trying to push forward. Kinetic Grasp in the face of Bobo, who has the Dead Eye, but manages to get through. Bro falls, sustained, noticeably absent, which means Sea Dog can't last. Nice shot from Dirty Wolf, point blank.
Beautiful.
But I don't know if there's enough reinforcements to do anything with it.
No, it looks like not. It looks like when the tank line fell, you didn't want to throw it. We didn't really get a great view. Maybe you could have thrown the snipers on there just to push it the last couple meters, but I think this is a fair evaluation. You have one more fight. You have a nano. You can probably put it onto the Orisa to get yourself the rest of that, but they want to try to get the Genji in here instead, Skunk, and it might be a little too late for that.
So can get a lot of value in the neutral, even if perhaps can't get a blade online. Maybe in an overtime scenario, Famputi is able to get that done. Famputi takes a lot of damage after climbing up to that top side. Ooh. Nano boost out. This on to Sea Dog with Gravitic Flux in. Rig Pig able to pick up 2 on the back of that. Has been a huge player for CCE Blue all day and coming through in the clutch when they need it right now, forcing everybody off the point. CCE Blue get ran over a bit on point A and B, but they make a ginormous stand here on point C. Yes, I said ginormous.
That was, look, that's an accurate descriptor for that. I will verify it was, in fact, ginormous, just as you said. Yeah, they ran it. They literally speed ran most of Rialto until this ending part. Like I said, they just kind of ran out of steam when they went, well, if we can't really take the space, we're out of space to take, or so they felt. And in the reality, they needed to keep taking it. The space you needed to take was up to spawn door. You needed to keep your team moving. It wasn't until they finally got Famputi and Dirty Wolf kind of into the castle proper, that kind of last segment proper, that they really were able to keep the push alive and going. But once they couldn't really break that barrier anymore, they struggled. And again, that's where CCE Blue was able to do it. They were able to force themselves out of this, and that's going to be a tough ask to do this considering how CCE Blue has had their number here. But this brawl comp looking pretty standard for what I would expect here. They think they might get a close hold. But they'll be surprised maybe to see that Valpo's not going to do that. They're going to play it back. They're trusting their range DPS. And yeah, when your caller in Famputi is back there, you kind of have to play to their strengths like we've talked about. And the strengths were strong. When Valpo Shield is strong, they are strong. But this just by matchup alone off the gates, it doesn't look as good for Valpo Shield. Just playing under the cover gives CCE Blue the chance to engage and get on there.
I mean, if they want to send us to map 4, Valpo's Shield have to maintain this distance. Just have to win it with consistent damage and allow time for Famputi and Dirty Wolf to try to find picks before CCE Blue can close this gap.
Yeah, but it's not going to be difficult. You can see it. They're already starting to rotate around. All it takes is one person to push the cart most of the way. The rotation's coming through. They know it now. There's the Genji, but we'll get out.
Yeah, narrowly avoiding an accretion rock coming out of Wistful. Meanwhile, the rest of CCE Blue have pushed in underneath. Nice scouting from Famputi, forces a little bit of a redirect, and CCE Blue work outside. Valpo Shield rotate to try to meet them, but Mercy's able to get in underneath, find that kill onto Dirty Wolf. Famputi on the outside taking some icicles, being hunted down. Immortality Field forced out just to keep Famputi in this fight. CC Blue are happy with that. They pull back for a moment, allow Haas to take the front line, able to block the rock and escort the rest of the team in. Mercy gonna pick up one. Looking for another one onto the Baptiste. He's caught in that small room. No chance you survive that. And CCE Blue are gonna one and done point A.
That was just great map awareness kind of in general, right? They knew exactly the route to take. Like, you can't just run it down main. Okay, there's going to be bullets in our faces. Let's take, the scenic roads. They took the scenic covered side roads, and it paid off for them. They were able to just get it. And by the time Valpo Shield was really able to keep track of where they were, it was done. There was already a pick, and it was over. And Famputi going to swap it back over, give up the Ash, go back to the Hanzo, and yeah, it's fine. But Mercy's got this blade ready. There's nothing really to go with it, but you can do a lot of damage on it alone, like you said.
Well, and Mercy has been providing so much distraction with the Genji.
Oh, yeah.
We saw it on point A, where you have a couple people turn to look at Mercy, and that gives time for the rest of the team to speed in through that pathing angle they took. We're seeing it again here. And now Mercy's got to pull out the katana. Might be able to just chop through them all. He's going to go for the Sigma. Immortality Field will get chopped through, manages to get the extra hits onto the Sigma while they're doing that. Meanwhile, the front line picks up a pair of kills while the DPS are mopping up in the back.
Yeah, usually you're looking for your main tanks to initiate, but Mercy is doing an incredible job initiating, drawing this attention, like you said, and it's hard to it's hard to not pay attention to the ninja in your face, but it's even harder to miss the hammer. Yeah, it's even harder to miss the hammer coming at your face when you're not looking. So 3 ultimates, a blizzard. I don't think they'll need the blizzard here, Skunk. They'll probably just get this. There should be a recontest, but I don't think they'll need the blizzard here to win this.
Even if they do, if they can win it with just the one
the
fight.
wall.
Wall was up. They thought about it. Oh, but Bobo goes down. The immortality field gets destroyed. The shatter is in from Haas, but they're going to fall as well. Maybe they should have gone ahead and invested in the blizzard, try to be a little bit too stingy with their ultimates, and now they're forced to use the sound barrier just to try to survive. The gravitic flux coming through. Ant Matrix from the high ground here for Valpo's shield. Coalescence down low, supporting everybody, burning through, and Valpo's shield stopped this cart.
It's good to see Valpo Shield profit off of an error that wasn't theirs. You know, we talked about this earlier in map 1. Valpo Shield making the smallest errors that then just get capitalized. Now it's CCE Blue's turn. That error probably not, like you said, probably did need to commit the blizzard. I had a feeling they wouldn't want to, but you know, they'll have it for this fight. So I guess that's your consolation prize, is at least you can use it on this. If you need to, you'll commit both. You'll commit the blade, but you shouldn't have to. One or the other should be enough here. We'll see what they decide to commit into it.
Such a long walk back. I wouldn't blame them if they commit a little heavy on this. It's Ant Matrix early. So far, no DPS ults are out, and there's already 3 picks favoring Valpo's shield. So, I mean, if you're going to win it with one ult, the Ant Matrix is a beautiful ult to use. Well done, well done. Applause, claps all around for CCE Blue. They're moving on to the Fortress.
I mean, the assist there, the true assist was the XXL wall from Bobo there, because that wall just isolating 2, they were stuck. They were quite literally stuck in it. You got to shout it out here, making this May comp look incredibly easy. They've won it without having to commit, and they are rewarded 4 ultimates going into this last segment. Valpo Shield struggling to even keep. They'll have both DPS ultimates, but it's going to be so difficult. I didn't even see the Reaper come in, but that was a quick Death Blossom too. But both of those kind of require a little bit more positional awareness. So getting caught out is going to be a very difficult thing for them. They have to get themselves in a position to get value out of that. And if they can't, well, it might just be game over here, Bull Skunk.
Yeah, CCE Blue a match point. They can, don't even have quite to finish Havana. They can get it just near the end. Death Blossom will come out, but the Immortality Field's in the way. Marcy's able to find that kill, and that's 1 kill closer, but Sea Dog answers back. Try to stem the bleeding here a little bit as CCE Blue look to punch their ticket in the semifinals.
They're looking, but 3 minutes and 3 minutes of time stands between them and success. So Jabba Chup just going to take the long way back. We'll eventually find safety, but also find some important information for that. And I think that's the one thing that's really going to be important for that. They're going to take that duel, though. Oh, the Flux Skunk.
It's pretty huge, but it's so far away. I mean, look, Famputi has got to put on their hiking shoes to try to make it down there and see if they can join in the fun. But by the time Famputi makes it to the team, they're already healed up. Don't want to overcommit, particularly with an amplification matrix coming out. Supercharger out for the defense. Walls up. Perfect time for a blade to move in. That's chopped through 1. Circling around back. Looking for the Zenyatta. Gets 1 swipe. Gets 2. And the Zenyatta goes down. Bobo Double XL still holding on to this blizzard to close out this map. To close out this series if necessary. Oh, a dirty deflect. Sends Dirty Wolf back to spawn. CCE Blue are in prime position.
I mean, this is just a well-oiled machine. You can see these walls have been so key. Every single moment has just been like a fine-tuned machine. The wall set up Mercy and Haas so well. That will be an amplification matrix, but are they even really capitalizing? It's just going to get blocked off. Blizzard's out. Anybody going to be able to make it, Skunk?
Oh, this could be bad. That Blizzard's going to fade. Wistful can't get close. The Shatter blocks him off, and that'll seal the deal. CCE Blue win this matchup for 3-0 for the second time here in Nationals against Valpo Shield. It was a wonderful run from Valpo. Hate to see anybody go home, and the Beacons put up a heck of a fight, but CCE Blue were their Achilles heels here in Nationals.
Yeah.
Yes, both heels. Not just one Achilles heel, but both. It was a plural.
Yeah.
So that was 2 3-0s here from CCE Blue. Yes, sir.
Yeah, no, that was a tough loss the first time 3-0. That was a first punch in the gut, and this is the follow-up that just unfortunately seals the fate there.
The haymaker.
That was it. That's just unfortunately the way it does. And again, we got to shout it out because CCE Blue was just the well-oiled machine. Like, pick a map and there's highlight worthy things across the board. And we'd seen Mercy come up several times as play of the game, but in the reality, those are just kind of what the end of it was. We'd see, Maywalls show up. We'd see so many other elements that set that up for great success. The teamwork out of CCE Blue, that's why they won the spring segment. That's why they're going on and they punched their ticket in this last slot. And that's why we'll see them on day 3. They just look like a top contender here.
This is the best this Overwatch team has ever looked, and everybody over at Champlain College should be very proud of the squad that they have put together. They came to play. They're going to be one of your 4 teams moving on into semifinals here in the Challengers division, proving that they are at the top of the heap, and I can't wait to see what they have in store for us moving forward. But we have more Overwatch in store for y'all moving forward. We're going to take a bit of an intermission. Feel free to go check out our B stream. We've got other Overwatch action going on there. But in a little bit, we're going to come back with Navigators Division. It's going to be semifinals there. Huntington taking on WCU's Slate when we come back. It is time for our final match of the day here in NECC Overwatch Nationals. My name is Jeff. I'm here with LaFawn to guide you through this series. We're headed to the Navigators Division, and it's time for the semifinals. We're down to the final handful of teams, and this best of 7 will determine who will move on to the Grands.
In fact, there are 4 teams left, and we had turned our attention to the 2 that are at hand as a result. But I mean, as we get set underway, we got to talk about the 2 squads and what they have in front of them, and what we really can expect from these 2 teams. As WCU Slate takes on Huntington University here in our semifinal match, as you said, in the Navigator Division. A bit of a mismatch, I think, in terms of score lines coming in from the regular season performance, right, Jeff? But overall, certainly good to be an exciting one as we get set to go into it in a moment.
I mean, Huntington, this is their first semester. Spring was the first time we saw them here in NECC, and they have been absolutely flawless. They went 9-0 through the regular season. They got first place in the spring playoffs that we just had a few weeks back. They seem unstoppable and have made quite an impact here in their debut in NECC. On the other side, WCU Slate, it's been a fight. It's been a bit of a road for them to get here. I mean, started off 2-5 in fall of last year, but man, what a turnaround! They're able to play second in those playoffs, get runner-up once again in the spring playoffs, and now find themselves in the semifinals of nationals.
And I think at this point in time, right, we talk about playoffs and how that performance and kind of attuned to it, right? From our point of view, that storyline of the 9-0 versus the 5-4 scoreline is tremendous. But I think once you get into the game itself, these players aren't thinking about that at all. It's it's game day, right? What can you do to make that performance a little bit better? Time after time, iterate on it. And a lot of times we see those upsets come through. So I wouldn't be surprised to kind of highlight that in this next match. And a big mark of that, of course, is the play style in game, right? Overwatch 1 has come to sort of its tail end of its performance. And so as a result, we really do know how games tend to play out. And as a result, I think, we're talking about ultimates a lot of the time here.
Yes, sir. And funny you mentioned that because I did have a chance to talk with the director there at WCU, Mountain, and was talking about how their ult usage is the most important factor. Thinks that is going to be the key to victory here is how smart they are with their ultimates and getting max value out of it, which of course requires a lot of discipline and communication going in. So I mean, definitely something we're going to be keeping our eye on as this series unfolds.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm looking to see how much under pressure this WCU squad can kind of handle themselves, because they are a very young squad, right? We talked about, of course, coming into this for their first time. But as we get set to go into the game in a moment, we got to talk about map number 1 as we got to look at the rosters directly ahead of us, getting on that train early. And I mean, we've kind of already highlighted what we kind of expect the game to kind of rotate around. But I think in Overwatch 1, another thing we have to highlight is tank lines still very, very dominant.
And set the pace, really dictate the tempo for the team, for both of our teams, but the team that can do it the best, the team that can really control the flow of battle has such a huge advantage, and then you're forced to react to them. And that's we're seeing T-Brain and Trashboat will be taking up that mantle there for Huntington as we move on over to WCU Slate. Your takes for this one are going to be MWM and Spongy Boy. And MWM is kind of the pseudo IGL. They don't really have a single in-game leader, but MGM apparently makes a lot of the good calls, and playing in this tank world, that doesn't surprise me. It gives you the ability to kind of call out that tempo that you want to take, and whether you need to push in, pull back, what the flow of battle should look like there.
Yeah, absolutely, right? That's something we're going to definitely get a call on once we get into map itself. And of course, talking about map, we have to talk about what our maps are, the rotation that we got through here in the series of a first 4 in this best of 7 in this semifinal matchup. We're starting off in control as we always do, and a little bit of a different variation here in the playoffs, Jeff, because as we say, it's a ban first pick by the higher seed. So map number 1 is going to be Lijiang Tower, as Busan was taken off the table.
Yeah, no more fixed maps like we saw in the regular season. We're returning to a loser pick format here. The bans play a very interesting part in that as well. So it's not just a pure loser pick, but the winner gets an opportunity to eliminate a map that they don't want to play from the pool entirely. In this case, Busan has been eliminated, so we will not see Busan throughout the entirety of this best of 7 series. We will also not see any Assault. It is Control, Escort, and Hybrid only through this first of 4.
And I mean, you won't count me too often amongst the those crying about the Assault map not being heralded here, and I'm sure All of you watching at home feel the same way. But that being said, the game itself will be underway in just a moment. The explosive action of Control is really one to highlight here. And I mean, Lijiang Tower, no stranger to rush. I wouldn't be surprised at all if on at least two of this, the sub maps, we end up seeing that Reinhardt composition. And hey, lo and behold, already out the gate, both teams hovering over that rush-based comp.
Oh, and both teams want to stick with the Symmetra. That I anticipate we'll see a Symmetra teleporter through the window here on Night Market, which is going to put these two Reinhardts face to face, hammer to hammer, immediately right out of the gate. Could be a slugfest to start things off. Big difference is going to be Boo on the Mei versus Prozac on the Cassidy.
The other thing to highlight is MW on the Roadhog as well. So damage mitigation not in hand for WCU Slate, but they will have a lot of damage throughput. Speaking of, they're in through the window, as you said, and the damage is raining through already.
And the wall from WCU not able to section anybody off, so the Cassidy gets the upper end of the deal, even gets the better end of the duel against the Mei. And it is a full steamroll forward here for Huntington Esports. And just first fight, we can see how they've been so dominant throughout the spring semester.
And that's a tale of two Reinhardts in this situation for sure. Spongy Boy only 29%. Peep at Trash Boat, the opposition in tow. Almost up to the Earthshatter already off that first fight, Jeff. And all of a sudden, we're looking at that being another fight win for Huntington if Trash Boat can play that opportunity to perfection.
Gonna be another teleport engage. While WCU sticking with the Symmetra, dropping on down. Immortality Field temporarily keeping Trash Boat alive. Has the Shatter, but doesn't have much health. Has to back up. Never get a chances to use the ultimate. And this is quite the comeback here from WCU Slate as Western Colorado University storm back in with a vengeance.
I mean, speaking of vengeance, also, that's an equalization of ult charge from Spongy Boy as well. Called out at the top of the fight, returns in a grand order as the now it's gonna be the Shatter versus Shatter here in this next engagement. I mean, WCU Slate put themselves in opportunity for this next engagement, Jeff. And I mean, the eye's really gonna come down to this Symmetra. If the wall comes up, that's gonna be a lot of damage mitigation through, but that's a big if here as the fight starts to commence.
And it doesn't look like Huntington are going to go through the window again. Perhaps try to drop a teleporter into the back. Yeah, that's what we're looking like here. We're going to tell. No, they destroy it. Oh, I know Trash Boat was looking for that teleport Shatter, but WCU Slate are all over it. Read that play right out of the book. And Huntington Esports kind of just reeling a little bit, looking indecisive on how they want to approach this since Plan A went into the toilet.
Well, there's going to be the Symmetra wall as the Photon Barrier is extended, but I mean, Huntington aren't really taking a lot of space with it, and they need it now.
Shields cracking, Trash Boats down. Could be a free Shatter for Spongy Boy. It's going to be a sound barrier out preemptively from Doxic, and Spongy Boy dies before they can unleash it. It's going to be the DPS ults from WCU Slate here to close this thing out. It was a huge blizzard indeed, and who needs a Reinhardt on the battlefield when you've got a blizzard like that?
That's a really clean fight from WCU Slate. I mean, a lot of you might consider that to be an expensive engagement from the DPS, but I mean, Huntington respond in kind, and so ultimately it's a big trade that's going to put them in that last fight territory, and still eyes on that Shatter, still in tow as Spongy Boy has the defensive advantage.
Celebrating through the window this time, drop it down and immediately throwing down the hammer, does not find anything. Whole Hog coming out, and Spongy Boy going in swinging as a nice Maywall has separated Huntington Esports. And Matrix off the outside, but the Whole Hog just pushes everybody right off the edge. It was the old bait and switch. You thought you had your safe position there with your double damage. Nah, you were easy pickings for MWM, and this is going to be WCU Slate picking up Night Market.
Amusing little anecdote of that round, though, is that the Shatters were the first ultimates brought into the game, and neither of them were even used until the last fight. Another of them.
I was thinking the same thing.
You know, I mean, it's the first round of a playoffs, right? You got to warm up a little bit. And the Reinhardts, there's nothing more threatening than knowing an Earthshatter's available and just like not being able to really do anything with it. So it's the mental game as a whole part of it, right? At least
huge part of it. A huge part of it.
That's at least what I'm guessing the players are saying to each other.
As a Reinhardt player myself, I can attest to that. The mental game is a massive part of it, and when you know that opponent has Shatter, it changes what you do. It changes how aggressive you want to play. You have to just completely mark the other Reinhardt, and so okay, we'll call it part of the psychological warfare. And heading into Control Center here, I don't expect any changes from our compositions.
Not at all. I think WCU Slate not being punished for that Roadhog pick is going to bolster them quite a bit. You can see MWM already out there. That being said, Immortality Field committed, and the first death already to WCU Slate.
Oh, as Ginger comes up with 2 early picks. The Immortality Field was not only very early, but it was kind of far behind the team and did not get the value Slate was wanting.
That is going to be a clean fight win for Huntington. I think that's actually the first neutral fight that they've won in a straight up 6v6, right? It was that opening fight for the first round that they also took, but that was off the back of a teleporter that kind of fell down. Here now the re-engage comes in from WC. Another really early Immortality Field from both teams, in fact.
And that's such a huge resource, particularly when Spongy Boy is so low, has to just hide. Ginger is able to work that angle with the Symmetra beam and burn him down, opens things up for Huntington Esports to just bull forward like a train and mow over anything in their way.
That is actually one downside to this Roadhog composition. There's a lot of explosive power, but walking around the corner, you take so much spam coming in that you're almost forced to use the Immortality Field first just to get in position, try and hit that, that head-to-head spam battle. But, I mean, that means that you're not available in the later stage of the fight to stay alive longer, and Huntington has made that tremendously valuable to themselves. I mean, that's 5 ultimates coming up in this next fight. WCU Slate really, the cupboard is empty.
And they're just going to charge onto the point and hope for the best. It's going to be a photon barrier to kind of cut them in half at the moment. Ant Matrix up as well, and Ginger continues to just microwave everything in their path. And Huntington Esports... after a little bit shaky start on Night Market, have looked incredibly dominant so far through Control Center.
I will say that was a lot of ultimates there that weren't really responded to. Disagrees going to switch over to the Sombra here, but Huntington, not really a lot of tools left to their side, as we are going to head to that last fight territory, but down a player, and again, no resources in the bank.
Not just down a player, but down there Lucio, down their speed, and their sound barrier that WCU are going to pop. Granted, it's a little early. That was a risky blizzard, but T-Brain doesn't read it. It ends up getting frozen. Immortality Field, you're going to keep him in mech for the moment, so WCU Slate trying to focus their attention elsewhere. Spongy Boy falls. Sound barrier now returns from Doxic as the shatter thrown down by Trash Boat. And Huntington Esports managed to survive the initial attack with the ultimates and come back blazing. MWN found 1. Boo is going to stall here for a little bit, try to get some reinforcements back on this point. Spongy Boy might be able to touch. Does. Throws down the hammer. That finds a few, but there's just not enough people left for WCU Slate to do anything with it.
That is going to give us a 3rd round here, Jeff, as they get the cleanup in time. Huntington, 100-0, as you highlighted a moment ago. A big surprise turnaround after what was a more competitive early round on Lijiang Towers. Seriously? We're going to have to ground it. I think the one thing now we have to kind of ask ourselves is what composition we're going to see here on this 3rd phase, because we haven't really seen a lot of variation in style between these 2 squads, and they didn't need to do it. That's not really a critique of the teams, but heading to Garden, I'm going to say that the rush composition is going to be a little less dynamic here, right? You don't have nearly as many pathing opportunities on this 3rd submap, so definitely curious to see the adaptation here. As I mean, initially we're still seeing that rush being hovered on, but again, as I said, you really only have one true path, and that is the one through White Room that's away from the map hazard. So we'll see if they're able to adapt and overcome. There's a teleporter to the point, and we're getting another brawl in that this point.
Well, and particularly in this Brawl v Brawl matchup, that means this first fight is incredibly important. Massive advantage to hold on to this objective with the few entry points you have to choose from. Early trades, but it's Spongy Boy Fallen that concerns me the most. Huntington Esports gonna have that front line still standing to move through and kind of focus the fire of Huntington Esports, and that fire is Ginger with the Symmetra once again wreaking havoc for WCU Slate. Set of storm arrows from Boo almost got the job done. Follow up on a Prozac is there. MWM gets a kill as well. WCU Slate fall early, but they're not going quietly into the night.
That is actually going to be the hold there, too, as they take the first point. T-Brain going to try and... actually not going to go for the reset. Instead, going to elect to just try and spam with the Bunny Blaster. A really hectic engagement there, just as both teams hover on the point, and, last player left standing agreement is the one that takes the fight there. Unfortunately for WC Slate, it is the Diva without a mech. Now, here's that re-engagement. There's the Ant Matrix, but they walk just by it to WC Slate, and they get the first 2 picks.
Yeah, it's a whole hawk combined with the Dragons to section off Huntington and not allow them to use that amplification matrix. A little bit of clapback coming through, 2 kills favoring Huntington, and Baptista's gone from WCU Slate, so they need to win this fight out fairly quickly if they're going to get the job done, because they're lacking in sustain at the moment. Do have just 2 players left to deal with on this point.
That being said, Prozac gets one more, and that's going to mean that the rest of the players are able to contest. Again, that teleporter is still up, so walking back to the point is a very quick affair for Huntington Esports, and though this fight's over, they're still getting some percentage.
Oh, the stall of Gardens. It just continues to haunt the nightmares of WCU Slate as enough reinforcements show up to find the kills and punish the team out of Colorado, and Slate are back in spawn.
I mean, that is just a really, really strong recontest there. And I mean, for WCU Slate, they're going to, be ruining the day that they refused to shoot down the teleporter, because that was really the win condition for Huntington. They were down and out in that fight. There was no way they were coming back. And that teleporter brought them all in close affair. Here it is. A return of it, but the boot. No,
no way!
She comes in clutch.
Oh my, Doxic just goes into the window and says, how about half your team makes it to the point? Because I'm going to send the other half back to spawn. And this all goes back to that first fight, LaFawn. Huntington won it there, and they've had the edge ever since.
I mean, now we're in that last fight, and WCU Slate, they get shattered. That's 2 tanks down.
Oh man, and the Mountaineers can't even get close to the point. It's going to be the Foresters from Huntington, Indiana, taking map 1. In fantastic fashion. They lose the opening round on Night Market, then bring it back on both Control Center and then on Gardens. They're going to take a 1-0 lead, start things off in the semifinals.
I mean, we gotta POV of that. Oh no, just waiting for it. Oh, the tragedy.
I mean, Doxic, the patience there, like, nope, that's not enough. That's not enough. There it is. Yeah. Now it's time to hit that alt fire, boot them back into the fishies. Oh, what? That really kind of encapsulated that whole map, I think. I mean, it's had a good plan. Western Colorado did, and it's just foiled by one little thing. And in that particular instance, well, it was a boot for the Lucio.
Yeah, it really was. I think we're getting into map number 2 in a moment here. I kind of want to focus the attention on the adaptation, from WCU Slate, because clearly in that round that they won, they were in control a lot of the time with the fights, right? They were in that alt economy staying significantly ahead. I mean, we kind of joked about the Reinhardt Earthshatter kind of not needing to be used, but the truth is, if you don't need to force an ultimate, don't, right? At a certain point, spending something just because you have it is not always a good thing. Now, the recovery from Huntington University in the later stages of the map, right, the latter 2 rounds of Lijiang Tower, I think speaks volumes as to the fact that WCU Slate, once the speed of the game kind of got away from them, they weren't able to quite recover in time. And I'm looking for sort of a return to form as we head into map number 2 in a moment.
And I can't help but think of, MWM pulling out the Roadhog, not something you typically see in that brawl composition, and kind of struggled to get value out of it a little bit. So may have been fighting a more difficult battle than they needed to, just based on that off-tank choice alone.
I mean, Roadhog is a really greedy pick, right? It's tough to call Roadhog a tank in this composition. It's really a bruiser, a Widow, style of gameplay. Obviously, the mechanics of it are very different, but the Widow, goes for that single pick, and that kind of snowballs a fight into your favor. Roadhog plays essentially the same way, except much beefier in the health pool department. The truth of it is, it's still the same. Isolate a pick off with the hook, get the elimination, you kind of snowball a 5v6 from there on out. The problem, again, in this rush composition, because you're playing so close, there's so many damage mitigation factors. That was a non-factor, in fact, in that first map. So MWM going to have to step up in a big way in map number 2, especially if they want to keep running the Roadhog.
You know what I found funny about that is typically you think of the whole hog as perhaps not being the most high impact ultimate, but it's getting the hooks, it's getting those kills in the neutral where you really find the value. It seemed to be completely opposite there, as MWM was struggling to get some of those hook kills in, but a couple of whole hogs were massive, like that really turned the tide for some fight wins for WCU Slate. So it wasn't the ultimate usage that was the problem in that one. It was getting the value in the neutral from the off tank and perhaps missing some utility to help protect the team. Curious to see what happens as things go on. WCU do get our map pick, and they have chosen to go to Havana after we saw Junkertown banned out, coincidentally enough.
Yeah, and I mean, to give some credit over to Huntington Esports. Again, it's not a zero-sum game, right? Just because the Roadhog is not necessarily getting a ton of value does not mean, or rather, it almost always means that the opposition is also providing some level of counterplay to it to make that so much more difficult. And I think in this instance, I actually want to talk about Doxic for a second. We saw that really great play by the Lucio player, with the alt fire, the sound wave off the side. But I think more critically has been the spacing from the Lucio, right? The speed has been there at a proper time. The healing has just been sufficient as well. And I think the sound barriers have been, relatively quick on the uptake. So overall, a lot of this has come down to between the off tank of Huntington Esports and the main support, both of them combining to really make MWM's life pretty miserable in terms of those isolation factors, that we kind of talked about at the tail end of map number 1.
Doc's doing a fantastic job with it. And I'm curious if we're going to get more of the Lucio and in turn more of this brawl-like composition as we head in such a wide open map that is Havana. An awesome camera angle here from our observer, Caroline. That's I really appreciate a good camera shot. And we've got a lot of film students here coming in from Huntington University. I'm sure they're all admiring the beautiful camera work, but hey, that's neither here nor there. Huntington starting us off on the defense as they're coming out, and really, not much changes. Prozac going on to the May looks to be the biggest change I'm seeing so far.
I think the biggest surprise here from Huntington is the fact that Doxic's on the Ana, right? We're seeing double.
Ana, yeah.
We use these terms kind of loosely these days, like the term flex support, main support, et cetera, et cetera. But, historically speaking, BAP and Ana are both flex support picks. You don't play them at the same time. So this is certainly a very curious look from Huntington Esports. Not a lot of disengaged potential. That being said, the healing throughput is going to be through the roof. And Huntington, I think, will try and check a couple of brawls with that in mind.
WCU Slayer are going to try to use an Orisa Diva to break this open. But hey, there you go. MWM fighting first blood. A huge bio-nade value from the Ana already. Forces out an early immortality field, and they just can't recover from it. Huntington Esports are able to continue to pressure down the DPS after they're not able to receive the healing. And despite losing one, Huntington are going to continue to hold.
Another small play there is that Doxic actually slept beast mode on the Baptiste. So not only was the anti-nade big, and after it sort of faded away, the BAP still couldn't heal. So a lot of work being done by the Ana there.
Doxic double dipping and now almost has a nano boost ready to go. But with Trash Boat going down, may not get a chance to use it in this fight as WCU Slater able to strike pretty quickly. Do lose Boo along the way, but it's close respawns, and they've at least got some progress going with this car.
Yeah. I will say also that you can see WCU Slate being the, they label their rosters a ton of flex players, and we're already seeing that come into effect here in map number 2 as some role switches through. But that being said, there's that amplification matrix used all the way forward. Trash Mode's eyeing a shatter here.
Yeah, keeping a sharp eye on Spongy Boy. Looping back around to meet him. Here comes the nano boost in. Bo swinging, just looking to take down Spongy Boy and immediately throw down the shatter. Spongy Boy backing up. Sound barrier's there. The pin all the way into the back. It's not going to be enough to kill Trash Boat, and Trash Boat has an immortality field. Wins out that duel. Still has yet to pull the trigger on the shatter. Big advantage from main tanks for the defense of Huntington Esports. Boo in the back is super low. But Ginger Falls, who's been a huge source of damage here for Huntington. Now Trash Boat going back up front, still looking for somewhere to throw down this hammer, but his supercharger's keeping him at bay for the meantime.
At this point, I just want to see the shatter used. Come on!
Spongy Boy was out of the fight forever, and still the Earth Shatter in the pocket of Trash Boat. Now we're back to those Ryan mental games we were talking about earlier.
The only mental game that's being affected is mine, as they refuse to use it, but there's that in the back line.
The quick rotate around, being wary of the shatter, but it's a double kill from the remake, and Spongy Boy puts the hammer down first. Got several with him, but cannot find any follow-up. His T-Brain had already flattened two with that remake kill.
Oh man, the opening of the fight was the self-destruct, but it was actually the remake that gets a couple of kills. And all right. Listen, Reinhardt. If you have a shatter, use it. Let's go. Anyway, we'll give you one Ryan with a shatter in this next fight. And actually, we're going to see Jay Rizzle switch over to the Zarya here now. So a little bit more brawl potential by WCU Slate's front line. And keep an eye on this Dragon Blade, who looking to come up big with this Genji.
The nano boost onto the Reinhardt first. And finally, the hammer is thrown down. It is onto Jay Rizzle and Jay Rizzle alone, who did not last long at all. Neither did that fight.
You know what? We'll rate that one like a 3 out of 10 for Shatter style points, only because the mechanics from Trash Boat were fine, but everyone was already dead by the time the Q button was pressed, so it's a little tough place to be in there. Again, through no fault of their own.
Well, good news is Spongy Boy's not very close to one of their own. Boo's still holding on to this Dragon Blade, though. A little pin, counter pin up front. Sleep on the Spongy Boy means their death. Subsequently thereafter. Boo finally pulls the katana out of its sheath, headed into the back. I heard a Deadeye go off and disagree. Was the victim of that one. NWM able to finish off one while Boo was cleaning up the supports. And WCU Slate with their best look yet so far after getting out of the front door, but still have a couple of tanks to work through. There's still a lot of work for them to do if they want to complete point A, and they're running out of time.
That was a spectacular tank play from T-Brain. They might have actually saved the round here for Huntington Esports. There's that self-destruct in the back line, and that's good for another one there. As another remake kill comes in.
Oh my, I don't believe it. T-Brain with 3 remat kills on this defense. A WCU Slate with 0 points picked up. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
T-Brain, MVP of Havana so far, no doubt.
Between Doxic and T-Brain, right? This is a coin flip as to who's been the better player on this map, but T-Brain has really stepped up in a big way. That last fight actually was very critical. T-Brain not only uses the presence of the Diva, right? Just the sheer HP of the mech to kind of absorb some of the damage of the tactical visor, but then uses the rest of the Matrix to shut down whatever remnant of damage comes through, and then gets the elimination on top of it, coupled with a remat kill. I mean, T-Brain has done it all here on this defense, and as a result, Huntington Esports now standing away maybe 3 fights at most from taking a 2-0 series lead here in the semifinals.
WCU Slate coming back with the double main tank look to try to prevent that from happening. I don't know about the Reinhardt and the Orisa duo. It's always something, I see it work and I go, how? How did that work?
I mean,
a lot of shielding and not a lot of utility, right? Like you don't have a lot.
Tough to run over.
Support.
It's really a presence comp, right? So if you stand up and just hold the front line, and say you're not going past this place, it can work. It requires a level of mental fortitude to accept that teams are going to try and run at you, and that you just need to survive. But we'll see if WCU Slate can bring it through. And I mean, credit to them, they have to play that sort of aggressive style now. Again, they don't really have a choice. What with the golden box of victory being not much further forward than about 3/4 of the way through this first point.
And with Western Colorado sitting up on the high ground underneath the arches, I mean, this is a 2, if not a 1 fight scenario for Huntington Esports, because WCU Slate, judged by the position, are going to choose to back off unless they drop down and just get aggressive right here and now. I do see the Reinhardt pushing into the battle, with Soldier keeping tabs on the high ground. It's just a Lucio and a Rhino. They're trying to speed in. Finally, Jay Rizzo comes to join the party, and the rest of the team shows up, knowing that this is an important fight that WCU Slate must win.
Still, a lot of damage being put down by Boo here on the Soldier, and they actually get T-Brain out of mech, so the hit scan now become a lot more deadly, as Trashboat just trying to stay alive here.
The Trashboat was trying to use some cover, unsuccessfully though. Attack visor there to support the fact, the Reinhardt's gone down. T-Brain back in mech, looking to interfere with that, but still can't quite get in front of the Rockets enough. Now a Deadeye from the back line, trying to devalue the amplification matrix coming out from Michael. Jay Rizzle has returned to this fight, and this cart stalled out a little bit. Nice kill on to Michael. Trashboat under a lot of pressure as well. Good halt into the back, and Boo continues to terrorize whoever sticks their nose out from behind these shields.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a reset now for Huntington Esports, but I think this is one of those rare fights where both teams walk away from it thinking that they got the better end of it. In Huntington's Esports' favor, they got all those ultimates away from WCU Slate. They forced them off the composition they were opening with, something that's a little less cohesive in its neutral game. And then for WCU Slate, they wasted half the time bank, and the card is now in a defensive position. So as Prozac walks in, keep an eye out on the Shatter. How many times have I said that so far? But I think this time it really is going to be the difference maker.
Oh, but Trash Boat takes so much damage. It's T-Brain there once again to bail out the main tank, find that kill, and protect the Reinhardt so the heals can come through. And with 2 kills coming from Prozac's, Deadeye, Death Blossom on top of it, Huntington Esports are going to sail clear as day into the sunset, well, and at least into a 2-0 lead here over WCU Slate.
That is...
We heard the shatter come out of this.
Oh... A lot of fantastic defense, and then subsequently an offense from Huntington Esports there in those final moments. Ginger going to get the highlight here at the tail end of the game, but I think T-Brain really was the MVP of map number 2 of Havana, and we'll see if WCU Slate can have a response in our third map, because they are awful close. Remember, this is a first to 4, and so halfway there are Huntington Esports at this point.
I think that's good and bad news for Western Colorado. You're not staring on the barrel of match point. You know, you still have a little bit of wiggle room. It also means you've got to win 4 of the next, 5 maps to really bring this thing back. Possibly 6, I guess, if we get a draw. But, well, I think we're going to take a little intermission before we head into map number 3. When we come back, we're headed to a hybrid map, and it will be WCU's pick. We'll see you back here with more of our semifinals here in just a few. Huntington University up 2-0 over WCU Slate here in our Navigators Division semifinal matchup for NECC Overwatch Nationals. Jeff and LaFawn returning with you from map number 3, and WCU Slate have chosen Hollywood to set the stage, try to bring this thing back.
It's going to be interesting to see if they can claw it back from the brink, or it will be if they end up losing this map, right? Again, this a win here would put Huntington at match point. And another thing to quickly highlight, of course, is the flexibility with which WCU Slate has been approaching the roster and sort of the role selection as well, as flex has been the primary option for this entire squad, right? No real set roles here for the most part.
No, 9 players of the squad listed as flex players. And Disagree, the captain of WCU, putting that on full display as they're going to move into the tank role here for map number 3. We'll have Jay Rizzle moving back into the support role, which they played in the first map. But for Disagree, this is the 3rd separate role. They have now officially played DPS support and tank in 3 maps here for Western Colorado.
It's going to be, I think the one thing, of course, to kind of highlight with that is that there's something to be said for not having standard roles and like your calls not being particularly consistent, right? Obviously with different players, there's different tempos, players react in different ways, no matter, even if you're used to playing with a player, putting them on a different role can change things up dramatically. So that is somewhat of a downside. The upside is your opponent is suffering from the same thing, right? And in as much as Huntington has seen what WCU have been playing all the way through, it is going to be a different approach here by virtue of it being a different player in a different slot, right? So that's something to kind of keep in mind on this 3rd map, as it is going to be Hollywood. And I think, Jeff, for something we've kind of seen here is that WC has been no stranger to fights. They've kind of struggled to close out those impact ones, right? The ones that'll give them that first point capture or flipping the point back in their favor. Those have really been, I think, the difference makers for WC Slate. That Huntington Esports has just had the more clutch factor, and I'd like to see WC Slate step up here in map number 3.
Well, we've already seen one change here already, as Huntington Esports are bringing out double shield. Western Colorado are showing us some of the dive tanks, though they still have plenty of time to change their mind on that. But nevertheless, it's a bit departure from the massive amount of Reinhardt we saw in maps 1 and 2.
Yeah. In fact, we're seeing 2 disparate styles for the first time all series, right? Not only is it a step away from the Reinhardt, but WC Slate playing that high mobility composition, Huntington, a very static, high ground based, just stand still and hold a choke point. So, for the first time, we're seeing what a rock versus paper might look like, as opposed to the one versus the other that happened the first 2 maps.
Yeah, it was just banging 2 rocks together. See which one would crack first. Spongy Boy looking to go crack open this defense with a very aggressive dive. Immortality Field nicely placed up there. Allows Spongy Boy to find an early pick, but Jay Rizzle falls in the process. So unless Beast Mode can find this res, which would be very good here for WCU Slate, they do get it off. That is huge. The Baptiste is back, and WCU are on top again in this fight. Ginger moving in the back, finds Boo. Was burning down Spongy Boy, and then just Spongy Boy left out of the way, and there was a lone Genji there to eat all that damage, and it's an early photon barrier as a result. Ginger finds the kill onto the Mercy as well.
Ginger doing a great job of upscaling the beam on the barrier from Spongy Boy, right? And unfortunately, in the namesake sense, Spongy Boy being a damaged sponge there in that fight just gives over Ginger a ton of resources who, now has to build up to a second ultimate before many players on both squads even approach their first.
Boo barely halfway to 1. And Ginger's already gotten 1 out. We have a Valk and potentially attack Visor here on attempt number 2 as WCU Slate go back to the high ground. There's that Primal Rage, another important one available as Spongy Boy is going to last a lot longer up there with an additional 1,000 health, trying to chase down Michael in the back. Can't quite find that small opening to the high ground of Cafe. Meanwhile, Ginger continues to melt the squad. Ginger has been an absolute pain here for W Slate to try to deal with it. Ginger's got a second lease on life. They get rezzed up. They're right back into this thing. And their DPS duel and Prozac finishes off Spongy Boy.
And on top of that, Doxic actually stays alive as well. So down to a couple of handful of HP points, but they're back in control. And Huntington aren't even going to allow this Diva to get out with their mech. Ooh, no. Disagree, barely surviving.
There's about 50 health there left for Disagree, maybe less. The bunker comp holding up so far really well. And Huntington have a bevy of a war chest to work with. They do give up this high ground, so MDM happy to take it. Drop the tack visor. Look, there's 3 shields in the way. The tack visor can't get anything done. Prozac has one of their own and an amplification matrix to shoot it through. That means an easy double kill here for the defense, and Prozac sends WCU Slate packing.
Here we go again, says MWM as he grabs the corner and sees, as we said, 3 shields. So, not much the soldier can do there. And I mean, even in this case, T-Brain not likely to go down, and it's going to be the reset for WCU Slate yet again. As we're now down to the last minute of play here on the Hollywood's attack side for WCU Slate. And it's going to have to be a Blade that comes up clutch here in this final fight, but look at all the damage it has to deal with. This Gravitic Flux, the Supercharger, and of course the Valkyrie to just keep everyone healthy. And I mean, Boo, I do not envy you in this fight. Not at all.
It's going to be a tough one. You see Boo trying to work away to the high ground, and here comes the Blade. We're going to be able to chop through the Supercharger and gets both supports at the same time. That is as big a Blade as you could have possibly asked for coming out of Boo. Now it is up to the rest of Western Colorado to make good on it and not let the Genji player down. Spongy Boys back on their feet, and 2 ticks picked up here for WCU.
And I said I'd not envy the Genji player, and Boo proved just how much better of a showcase that could be. It's going to be the point actually taken over now in the final hour, 15 seconds. Michael's going to get one. They're actually trying to commit to this fight.
Oh no, Trash Boat just gets killed immediately. Barely made it off the ground before plummeting right back to the earth. And WCU Slate get some extra ult charge out of those commitments from Huntington.
It's gonna. We're seeing the change in composition come through. Trash Boat's going to go over to the Reinhardt here. So perhaps it was a case of just the play was called to switch, and they just wanted a chance at maybe using the ultimate rather than wasting it. And if that's the case, okay, I can see that going. Now it's going to be that rush versus rush that we've seen in the previous maps, but no speed here for either team, so a very slow rush composition, all things told.
Yeah, I think it's going to be kind of a battle for high ground and just holding position more than taking it. Maybe just a battle for cart here as both of our Reinhardts go shield to shield, but that's a fire strike through an Amp Matrix. I think that... Well, either way, it was a kill from Boo on to Doxic. I thought it might have been a deflect on that for a split second, but hey, that's beside the point. Attack visors from the high ground is exactly the point, though. Going to find a target on the objective, and that's Michael, the Baptiste, and with it, the Immortality Field out of the fight. Photon Barrier protecting the Symmetra and the Reinhardt for now, but still a huge positional play here from WCU Slate.
That being said, not a lot of ground gain, and Boom actually need to use this Blade, not even though the fight has been won. Doxic still gets out. No damage done.
Oh, how does she survive that? What elusive movement. That was incredible. Just a little shimmy there to avoid the stars coming out from Boo. The shurikens more specifically. Deadeye from the high ground coming out of Prozac's. Going to take down beast mode immediately. Good high priority pick. Finds 2. That's both supports. Fall into that attack visor. Self-destruct will eventually finish them off, but WCU Slate now have nothing to really work with. 2 quick kills from the tanks, but without the sustain, the longer this fight goes on, the less likely WCU are to win it.
Actually, Disagree gets a remake kill too halfway through all that, all those shenanigans. It still comes out with an elimination. Unfortunately, not one that's going to mean much in the grand scheme of things, as Ginger will take the high ground and actually take a ton of damage to Boo and Jay Rizzle. But with 27 seconds remaining here, WCU Slate need an explosive fight to take the second point.
Yeah, this is their last opportunity. They've got Shatter and the Blade to work with. It's going to be Boo pulling the trigger on that first. Going to the back line, but Doxic again, just so incredibly elusive. And Boo falls to a remake. The Shatter will find both DPS. It's not a whole lot of fall back of it. Trash Boat throwing down a better one. Reinhardt's finding kills on both sides. Trash Boat will take down Spongy Boy in that head-to-head matchup. Rez on to T-Brain to get the Diva back into this fight. Disagree's going to get demeched, and with the Ant Matrix there, this is certainly a hold. Huntington Esports will allow 1 point to get picked up, but not 2.
Still a good round, I think, by WCU Slate, especially considering how poorly the first point went for them, right? They were kind of locked out in the cold. And still were able to claw back a second point, well, at least halfway through this second point for themselves now as they try and head to the defense again. Huntington able to recover, though. The high ground control by Huntington Esports was a little bit more effective, and I credit to Doxic again. That one play dancing away from the Genji, from Boo, avoiding the shurikens, as you said, was a difference maker, because it meant the tactical advisor now had a pocket with that blue beam, with that damage amplification from the high ground, right? And that damage throughput was just a lot more critical for Huntington Esports. And on top of that, just avoiding the Diva. So WCU Slate now back to the drawing board as they get set for what could be the most important defense for the remainder of this map.
Our observer is a ghost. Maybe a vampire. No reflection. All right, anyway, sorry.
Imagine like observers in the game are just like little bats because they're vampires, but like if they show up on there.
Yes!
That would be terrific. You just could see like them fluttering around. Oh my.
Yes, yeah, like little drones almost, but bats are cool.
Liz, I'm begging. Please put this in the game. Please let the observers be.
$1 million idea right here, Blizz. Come on.
Speaking of,
it's
going to be the
on the defense.
Yep.
Yeah.
Actually, a really close course brawl from WCU Slate. Actually, as they bring Boo on the Reaper. So what is traditionally a stall composition, trying to play up close and personal here.
With an Orisa, which is an interesting wrinkle on that, but a nice teleporter behind this whole thing is going to keep Spongy Boy on their toes. In fact, just put Spongy Boy back into spawn. MWM on the high ground, dueling out with Prozac. Prozac's landed one, but takes a bunch of damage. The heal station perfect from MWM. Even gets an immortality field out. But back on the low ground, they've lost their Baptista as well as that Reaper. And MWM suddenly finding themselves overwhelmed on point A.
T-Brain has really, really good understanding of how to keep mech, by the way. Down several times to less than 20 HP and yet does not get demeched. And I mean, credit to the supports, of course, for keeping the off-tank player alive, but knowing when to retreat is a big part of that, and T-Brain has come up clutch in a big way. Now 5.5 minutes on the clock as they look to head through second, and Huntington Esports trying to take a firm control of this series. And it's going to be the low ground contest here from WCU Slate as they go over to the Reinhardt Diva for a near mirror composition. This one I think favors a little bit better, especially with that Reaper.
That Reaper was chasing down Prozac, looking to punish T-Brain. Opts to back out of that one. Still moving in from this flank angle, trying to turn the eyes while MWM heads to the high ground. This does leave Spongy Boy at a slight disadvantage down on the point if Prozac and Ginger want to focus down the Reinhardt. Especially with an Amp Matrix and double damage there. MWM looking to counter back from the other side, but Soundbarrier out from Doxic and MWM can't get anything done. T-Brain once again a big hero on this Diva. Trashboat trying to push forward. Some swings back and forth between our two Reinhardts, but it's that beam from Ginger. That is going to be the tilting balance. Trashboat coming up with two final blows in quick succession. And Huntington Esports have the box of victory in their sights.
T-Brain, another clutch play there, by the way. Booping the soldier off the high ground, and then yet again, getting the final blow onto the ultimate. The only ultimate the WCU Slate had in their bank. I mean, now just no one left to contest as they go to the spawn doors. It's going to roll in slowly but surely.
Yep.
And Huntington Esports will head to match point here in our semifinals.
This new squad here at NECC looked unstoppable throughout the regular season, looked unstoppable in our spring playoffs, and have not slowed in the slightest here in Nationals, and are one map away from punching their ticket to the grand finals.
Ginger gets another highlight, by the way, on the Symmetra, the high power beam. It's one you got to pay attention to, right? There's a reason Symmetra has a little fun anecdote, has the highest win rate on the Overwatch 2 beta of all characters. So there's a little fun anecdote. Yeah, obviously this is Overwatch 1, but I think it just goes to show how strong the character is sneakily, and Ginger showing it to great effect there in that final map, or the third map, not final. We do have at least one more to go, and this brings up an interesting point, Jeff, because to wit, the players and teams have not yet played a best of 7 in the regular season, and so there is an element of fatigue that we have to talk about a little bit coming in. And Huntington Esports, sure, they're on match point, but if you let your foot off the gas pedal, the opposition will come back to get you, and that is really what Huntington has to be worried about coming into map number 4.
And a fun fact, Western Colorado, they're all playing, well, 5 of the 6 players are playing out of their facility, out of their arena there in Gunnison, Colorado. So, I mean, I couldn't think of a better way to rally, a better way to, you look your teammates in the eye and just say, we've got this. Like, put that behind you, keep the mental strong, and keep pressing forward. We're going to outlast them. They're all there together. now is the time. Like, it is. You have no looking back. You have no more second chances. It has to be nothing from dubs here from Western Colorado throughout the rest of this series and throughout the rest of the Nationals, frankly.
That is how it goes, right? Elimination, it stares us all. The heels are on the edge of the cliff for WCU Slate. Can they make the comeback happen? That's what we have to find out as we head into map number 4 in a moment.
Map number 4 will be an escort map type, so we are heading back to that. That means that both Junkertown and Havana are no longer in the map pool. So both the map that got banned in map 2 and the map that got played, clearly, not available. So it starts to kind of narrow your choices. And I feel the strategic advantage kind of starts to shrink with that as well.
Well, I can narrow it just a little bit further for you here at this point. Gibraltar gets banned out. It is going to be Route 66, where we head to next for our escort point. And to just kind of build on that point of strategic setup, I fully agree, right? We're not going to see maps play differently or stylistically differently depending where you go, right? Havana does not play the same as Route 66 does not play the same as Rialto. In this sense, we got to talk about Route 66. Definitely the, rush composition can stand out, but we have seen Dive played in the series at this point, and I mean, Dive also quite strong on Route 66.
Absolutely, and I mean, my poor Watchpoint Gibraltar just never gets played. It just gets banned out every time.
Yeah.
Speaking of dive maps, but no, Route 66 is a good dive map as well. Route 66 actually, I think, has a lot of room for creativity. There's enough unique approaches. I mean, I think the most consistent thing of Route 66 is your defense holds on top of Big Earls. That's probably the most consistent factor of this whole thing. But other than that, I think there is a lot of room to play. I mean, I'm thinking back to, so like Contenders EU, where we started the teleport strategies with the Orisa come into play, and everybody started copying that with the Symmetra and an Orisa to bounce back and forth. I think it's a unique map design in that it kind of takes the best of what we love about the Overwatch maps, and then has just these little edges that make it feel different. The cave entrance that you're looking at on your screen right now onto point B, to try to open that up and create another route of entry here. I don't know. I like Route 66 as well.
Yeah, I mean, to touch on that the point about creativity with its Symmetra teleport, we don't even have to look that far. It's happened a ton in this series already, right? I mean, Ginger has been an absolute menace with the turrets and the beam. But a big part of that's a teleporter, getting past the front lines of the opponent and then kind of, approaching their back or shooting them from the back as a result. So, I mean, credit to Huntington for isolating those moments where just the defensive capabilities are not there for WCU Slate, and has been a big part of why they're up 3-0 in the series.
We are going to get a few more swaps coming in, not in players, just in roles. As MWM is heading back to the tank role, which they were playing back in map number 1, coming off of DPS. That means Jay Rizzle is headed to DPS, who has yet to play DPS for this team, has played support and tank so far today, looking to make their debut in the DPS role. And then we're going to just have to disagree to support again, which, jokes.
There's so many.
I know. I just kind of let that one settle in.
So
I just let that one settle in for a moment.
There that WCU Slate. I'll spare you today. That being said, Huntington Esports on the defense here. They'll look to try and stymie the offense once and for all. This map could be the last of the series, as Huntington Esports looking for that shutout in the scoreline. Now, I mean, this is a very curious look. I mean, we'll take a quick gander of the offense. WCU Slate has been, more committed to their early picks than we can often, see from teams in the offensive spawn. But certainly, I would describe this as not a lot of synchronicity, but definitely a lot of explosive potential for WCU Slate. I mean, the hook, obviously the headshot from Boo. Perhaps we'll scout for an elimination and then maybe go back, but at least early on, looking for those one-shot wonders for the damage throughput for WCU Slate.
Turn back to the defense just momentarily. T-Brain has moved into the main tank role, who's been such a star in the off-tank role all series. It's Trash Boat, who you're seeing in the kill feed. Pardon me, a little bit of a frog in my throat there. But going over to that off-tank in the Sigma, finding first blood and taking the tip of the spear off the hook. Now we're going to get double off-tank coming out of WCU Slate.
Oh, that is...
Ginger overextends a little bit. Yeah, it gets melted down in that cave.
Well, I'd have to disagree. It actually gets frozen. But in that point, the elimination is still the same. As Huntington Esports now down 2. Big headshot comes in from Boo. And that's WCU Slate's win condition online. They've made the card move forward quite a bit.
Oh! That was a nasty little hook. Okay. I couldn't quite get the finish on that, courtesy of a great immortality field from Michael. But the 2 picks that came through have been 2 names that we've been calling out all day long. That was Ginger and Doxic out of this fight early, and WCU Slate have bought a lot of space. Now, they've lost 2 along the way, and still have Ginger deal with, who has returned on a Reaper. Just made short work of Spongy Boy's mech. Nice Bionade to finish it off. And despite it looking so good at the start, WCU again can't finish. They can't clutch it out, LaFawn.
I mean, we've talked about Ginger and Doxic all day indeed, but Prozac has stepped up in a big way as well. And there, the Soldier actually comes in with 3 final blows, a couple of Helix Rocket eliminations on top of it all. And Huntington Esports now arguably in a better position than they were before. J-Rizzle does have the Blizzard, but you have to get the high ground to use it. That is a really tall order. Meanwhile, Huntington Esports coming up with a ton of resource in this next fight.
A great Bionate is going to force out an early immortality field, which means there's going to be nothing to protect against all these resources from Huntington, but nice focus fire on it. T-Brain goes down. And Matrix combined with a attack visor from the high ground. Not really getting much purchase. Good job from Spongy Boy to block a lot of that. Blizzard self-destruct coming out on the point. Bionate down, finds 2. Beast Mode is in trouble. Beast Mode's going to fall. Disagree. The only support left standing here for WCU Slate has a sound barrier if they need it. Huntington Esports are looking very low. Michael tried to top everybody off, but there's a Diva in their face. And Spongy Boy will eventually find that pick, and WCU should eventually pick up point A. There it is.
Nice little cleanup there from Spongy Boy, just making sure to tank a ton of presence, and the damage throughput is there. A little aside there is Michael actually gets, or X-Michael I should say, gets the Nano Boost supply. Baptiste can't make a ton of damage through with it, but the survivability was there. Unfortunately, WCU Slate just ignore the Baptiste and to take out the remaining members. Really well played by them. Now a double off-tank look from a WCU Slate. They'll look to try and pressure a ton of presence here at the high ground. 2 roaming bruisers is what WCU Slate are kind of playing around here.
Ginger taking a lot of damage early, and Spongy Boy just gets right in their face. That was a 1v4 momentarily on that high ground. Spongy Boy fearless and knowing when to back out. Ginger, Death Blossom coming into the back. Finds both supports immediately. Disagree, cannot get that sound barrier out fast enough. Was fortunate they didn't try to pull the trigger on it. Might have lost it. As Ginger just death from above ends that fight quickly.
Things you love to see there. Not often you see the Death Blossom get a ton of value, but a well-timed execution of that ultimate. Again, as you said, just catches both supports unaware. And if this Diva, Spongy Boy had to face tank a ton of damage up top. No Matrix in play. And the hook was just a wide a little bit. So WCU Slate back to the drawing board. Near 6 ultimates for them. It's going to be down to execution here as they try and watch the point. But they have to walk from low to high. Huntington Esports still control the vertical presence on this map.
Somehow Trash Boat ends up down low. Got hooked. Trying to back out of there. It's a Nano Boost onto Ginger going in. J-Rizzle tried to freeze him up, tried to focus him down, but cannot. Ginger still gets the kill. T-Brain puts enough pressure on J-Rizzle to knock him off of the Reaper. Eventually falls in their own right. Spongy Boy's going to use a self-destruct to try to get back in mech here, but overwhelming odds favoring Huntington Esports. 2 minutes on the clock.
The other thing, too, is Trash Boat actually gets the elimination right as J-Rizzle uses the Blizzard, and that means it was actually denied in its entirety. So no value there. That's 3 ultimates for nothing for WCU Slate. Now it's 3 to try and get this remaining fight going. 1:45 left on the clock here. Huntington Esports in a great position.
Boo does find an entry pick. Falls. During Death Blossom, though, Death Blossom picks up a pair. Hook in from the outside. NWM able to find some revenge. Still got Prozac on the back, but they're a lone Cassidy, a lone gunman, if you would, facing the entirety of WCU Slate at the moment.
There is still potential for respawns to come in. So J-Rizzle holding the high ground very, very smartly here. Yeah, don't allow them to walk through. And that's going to mean the cart will roll to that checkpoint. And I believe Doxic is caught out on the low ground, but it's Prozac who takes 1 with them instead. So Huntington Esports will actually get a true 5v5 fight here on this early point and not really lose any ground at all.
Nice Maywall. T-Brain scrambles to get back. Immortality field out from the defense. T-Brain does have the supercharger ready to go. Just kind of throws it down in the middle of the street to try to win this fight here. Alt in, Spongy Boy takes a little bit of damage. Oh, Jay Rizzle takes shots right to the dome. A lot of follow-up with that supercharger, and beautifully done. Huntington Esports are going to win out this fight and stabilize 0 point safe.
I mean, that's the strength of the supercharger, right? You're like, oh, there's not a lot of damage, and oh my goodness, my HP is gone. And that happens to two members of WCU Slate as T-Brain just walks forward. And, I mean, now Huntington Esports still in a fantastic position, right? Like, Gravitic Flux available, Death Blossom on blind again, and they get the D-Mech onto Spongy Boy and the elimination on top of that. This fight's over.
I mean, it means Ginger can just throw down this Death Blossom at will. Coming in from the high ground, looking for it. Immortality Field has already been used as well. There is nothing to block. This may not even be necessary. Oh, yeah. Nice hold. Good finish as well. This Ginger and Prozac combined, just so much damage. Even without a supercharger, these two damage output is just through the roof at the moment.
Presence for Huntington Esports is spectacular, by the way, Jeff, as they just continue to just run down whatever opponents think they can, come out of spawn. And with that aggression, it means the WCU Slate is being forced to regroup time and time again without actually ever taking a true fight. And that means no ultimates have actually been used. There's the Amplification Matrix. That's the first fight, or the first ult being used in 2 fights for Huntington Esports.
As a result, I mean, it feels like WCU Slate haven't had a chance to use theirs. It's not out of any great discipline, just so much as the fact that they're just getting stifled. Absolutely choked off, suffocated. Ooh, with a good opening pick. They gotta do something with this. The sound barrier is out. They need to find value with this now. Ginger is gonna Wraith Walk out of the way of that whole hog, hooking on to Trash Boat. Puts the Accretion Rock down to buy some space. Supercharger now in as Huntington used one of their first ults, and another one combined with it is the Death Blossom. That's going to find a pair. Boo has snuck around back, though, and Western Colorado have clawed their way back into this fight. It's down to the wire. T-Brain and Ginger are still standing.
That is the brawl potential of the Reaper and the Orisa. Now we're in that last fight, 15 seconds left. WC Slate have to walk back. Jay Rizzle will have the Blizzard, but they need to stay alive, and the Cryofeast is being used already.
Blizzard is out. I only see the May here, though. Nice retreat. Somehow Ginger is the one that gets caught in that, the one character that can Wraith form out of it. But there's not enough reinforcements. It was preempted from Jay Rizzle. Let's get a touch here, and overtime has started, but this is now a desperate situation, particularly with the Baptiste gone from WCU Slate. Ginger is just right on the heels of their Orisa, riding that Battle Cattle all the way to victory, at least to a good hold here on Point C.
Still a fantastic and a valiant effort from WCU Slate, Jeff, as they actually get to that third phase where it looked for a moment like they might get held at 1 and then held at 2, and they make sure to make their way through. So it's not over for them yet. Defense is still there's still a lot of potential for it as they get set for their half. But Huntington Esports still in a fantastic position. All they do is got to get to third point, and all of a sudden the series might just end.
I mean, I will say Western Colorado have definitely kept Huntington on their toes here in Route 66. Be it the swap-ups that we were talking about earlier, where you don't get the same look, I mean, different compositions, and coming in with this unusual double off-tank with the Diva and the Roadhog. It's definitely forced Huntington to keep their heads on a swivel as far as, well, maybe you can keep their brains on a swivel, might be a better way to say that, to really adapt to these various looks. I mean, the May was getting some good value from Western Colorado as well. It's a good showing, like you said. It's a good showing. They're not out of this yet. They can absolutely put up a good defense here and send us to that map 5.
And I really like what I'm seeing from them actually on their defense here too. High ground defense, right? They're holding up big girls as we kind of highlighted at the start of Route 66, but they're also playing a composition that makes a ton of sense for Route 66, right? The Roadhog, sure, but they're playing the Orisa, right? A lot of stability here. Shield, which you can't just run through. And then Jay Rizzle, who's being sort of a force on May, will reprise their role here as they set to kind of slow down the game. Just, ice out the opposition, if you will. Literally, in this case.
Snow cones for everybody. WCU has their way. Ginger back onto this Reaper, a powerhouse for Huntington all day long. And Huntington want to play this fast. They want to close this gap as quickly as possible. At least play underneath and perhaps wait for Western Colorado to drop down. A hook there onto Ginger. Good peel from T-Brain, able to go in and find the defense matrix. Keep Ginger alive, but Jay Rizzle follows up. Good focus fire out of WCU Slate will grant them first kill. Unfortunately for them, MWM is in a bad position, caught behind enemy lines. does fall, but a couple of quick picks going the other way, and WCU still have the advantage.
T-Brain has been big on that peel department here, and that off-tank is really... It's been a battle of the off-tank so far in this first point, while the duels have kind of stepped through. Blizzard nearly online for J Rizzle, but the spawns are not favoring WCU Slate. Let's try to go for the freeze, but instead is the one forced to freeze.
I think the boop actually saved J Rizzle there. Kind of got booped back behind their own Orisa shield. Blizzard does come out, but sound barrier is there from Doxic. Once again, she's the hero of Huntington Esports. Trash Boat still gets focused down, but there's a lot of fight left in this squad. Sound barrier in, doesn't save Disagree. It was a touch early to prevent the max damage. And Ginger's going to melt one. Prozac's going to find two with the Deadeye from up high. And now you just have MWM caught in a tunnel.
That's actually T-Brain getting another big plays that goes to the self-destruct, which gets that kill as you highlighted, but then also smartly uses the remech right on the supercharger to deny value there as well. And the eliminations coming from onto WCU Slate, and that's going to be the point captured here for Huntington Esports. Not without difficulties, certainly, but certainly not, what WCU Slate would have liked. Spongy Boy will make a return to the Reinhardt shield tank in play. But resources are no longer available, and WCU Slate have to make magic happen with this Matrix and a whole hog.
Using the remake to take out the supercharger, that is a big brain play. That's what we just come to expect from T-Brain all day long.
Living up to the name, certainly. Keep an eye on Ginger, of course.
Yeah, I love it.
Keep an eye on Ginger. Death Blossom's there. You can see already looking for that play. Staying, kind of just holding post.
It manages to take MWM out a whole hog. Of course, that's when the Roadhog is at their most vulnerable. Beast mode with an immortality field out early, and it's not going to save their main tank. It was too far back. They had to protect the supports. They're under so much pressure. There's just nothing the supports can do here from WCU.
Oh, and Ginger controls the high ground here. There's that play. They're going to try and get Lucy up, and they will. Dodges the flashbang too, or rather gets hit by it, but it's ultimately ineffective. As in the final moments, WCU Slate are forced trying to walk out. All the bubbles being used. They have to just kind of hide from the self-destruct.
But, I mean, it's enough to prevent the contest? Maybe. Okay, 1.64 when they come into touch, but T-Brain already found first pick. Trash Boat going, pin it into the back. Finds something with that. Isn't going down. I think it hit the Baptiste, but the immortality field was up. Nevertheless, it's going to be 2 DPS ults here to close it out. Feels almost unnecessary there from Ginger, but hey, you dance away. You dance away, Ginger.
The edgelord version of a celebratory performance. Now 4.5 minutes, and they only have to get halfway through third. And WCU Slate, this is the easiest point to defend, certainly on this map. There's also no more mistakes that can be made. Again, this is match point. A victory here will end the series. T-Brain takes a ton of damage.
And that box of victory is so close. I mean, this is a one-fight scenario and over 4 minutes on the clock. Trash Boat with a shatter, inching forward, looking for it. Back up, Ant Matrix from the defense. Deadeye coming out from Boo in the far back will just force Huntington Esports duck and hide for a moment.
Prozac playing peekaboo with the Cassidy. They exchange flashbangs, but it's Boo. Quicker on the draw. As the headshot will come in. And WC Slate now ahead in this fight.
That was a true Wild West draw. Oh, what a shatter coming down. Disagree. He's going to back it up with a sound barrier, and everybody from Western Colorado can get aggressive. The Mountaineers have won this fight, but they still got more to do.
That's the shatter. That's the absolute best shatter, is the one where you shatter the shield and it still knocks everybody down. Trash Boat didn't have a lot of HP left in the barrier, and so that goes through. WC Slate now kind of returning to form. Graviton Surge available. Blizzard will be able to combo with it. And that is a fight that they could end. All eyes on T-Brain. Been big so far. They'll need to deny 2 here with the Matrix.
Blizzard is in, and it makes it out, as does the Graviton Surge. Both get around T-Brain, and the kills are on the back of it. Even Doxic Sound Barrier is not enough for Huntington Esports, and WCU win another one.
It's good. It's a good cycle there. It means that Spongy Boy also can bring back their ultimate as the Earthshatter comes back in the bank, if you will. Not much else available. Beast Mode's not quite to the Ant Matrix yet. It's really going to be a duel of the Rhines. We started off the map with it. We'll have to see if they can end it as well. Shatter's at the ready.
Started off the series with it. Oh, looking for the turnaround. Don't even need it. They were looking for the combo with the self-destruct, but Trash Boat just hammers it down. And now is the only Reinhardt on the battlefield. Bubbles are used. It's going to be a free shatter coming down onto 3. The Deadeye cleans him up. Huntington Esports with a clean fight win. Question is, can WCU even touch her?
There is a recontest available. You can see the diva coming in from WM. Somebody's going to point, but it's Vu down early, and no one. The counter pin is there. Spongy Boy will not make it in time.
No!
And that cart will roll through. Huntington will take the victory as they close the 4-0 series here in the semifinals.
Oh my! What a way for Huntington Esports to end out day 2. This team made a massive splash entering NECC this season, and now they are moving on to the grand finals. Our first team to qualify for the grand finals here in the Navigators division. And I mean, that combo, that was a little snippet of the coordination that we saw from Huntington University all day long. It was something to behold. It was a joy to watch, that's for sure.
Yeah, on the flip side, though, no shade, no shame at all for WCU Slate, who performed as, they played their hearts out. They really, really did. Some very, very bright moments from them. Excited to see that squad continue because, again, a very young squad, and to make it here to the semifinals, just overall a really, really, heartfelt performance by WCU Slate.
I agree. And I hate to say goodbye to any of our teams, but this one, I don't know. This one feels particularly sad for some reason. I don't know. You see the amount of love. You see the blood, sweat, and tears that these teams pour into it. But hey, you know what? Making it this far is certainly nothing to hang your head about. Definitely have a lot to be proud of there from our team out of Gunnison, Colorado.
Yeah.
But hey, you know what? It's the winner's day. It's a victory going over to Huntington, and I think we're going to get a chance to talk to one of them. Again, we're gonna take a quick intermission, figure out something for a winner's interview. I can't wait to get some insight on what we just saw. Don't go anywhere. Stick around. We'll be back with our winner's interview momentarily. All right, we are here with T. Bray from Huntington University. Thank you so much for taking the time to do this interview. Congratulations on the victory.
Hey, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it.
It's been a heck of a debut here in NECC. Your first outing here in spring. Forgive me. You've been perfect, coming through 9-0 in the regular season, then coming in first place in the spring playoffs. Tell us a little bit about that. What's your experience been like your first semester playing in NECC?
My first semester, from my point of view, so everyone on the team, they're all really good friends of mine. One of them I've known actually was my very first friend, ex Michael. So with everybody there, I've played Overwatch with all of them before, so we had natural synergy coming into the NECC, and it just made things easier. I will say that we just play together naturally, and it's just been a fun time. It's been a really fun time.
That definitely does come across in y'all's gameplay as well, right? A very explosive, dynamic style from your team, and it made you guys the team to beat, right? First, top of the table in your division as the 9-0 scoreline came in. What was it kind of like being that team that was just ahead of everyone in the pack?
Honestly, it feels great. It feels amazing to be recognized for something. It just feels great. That's all I can really say, because I feel like there's nothing else I can say that does any justice to that kind of feeling, if you get what I'm saying.
We were talking a little bit before we went back live, and you were saying when you first came into NECC, you had a lot of confidence coming in, but realized that there was stiff competition, and y'all really needed to up your gameplay. Putting in 20 hours a week on top of doing academics and all that. What do you think was some of the biggest changes besides just practicing more? What were some of the biggest changes you made to ensure you stayed on top of the pack?
One of the things we had to change was how we played out different strats. Sometimes we'd be kind of scrambled in the beginning of the season, and it would get us all wrecked by. So we ended up just having way more coordination, and that was a pretty long process. I am not going to lie to you, but obviously, as you see, it paid off, and just keeping a good mental throughout the game, because one thing I have learned is having a bad mental in any kind of game can completely ruin your chances at.
That is definitely the truth. No doubt about it. I want to turn, of course, to the game that we just witnessed. Get your, a little bit more insight of the actual gameplay that we saw coming in. Obviously, coming in, you guys were the favorite team. We talked about that 9-0 scoreline in the regular season. It's not one you kind of shy away from. But once you stepped into the server, especially on map number 1, Lijiang Tower didn't go your way in the first part of the round, right? Your opposition were able to kind of take a round away. Stepping it or bringing it back, though, what was kind of the focus from the team heading into maps 2 and beyond?
The focus of the team is we started taking on one person at a time, because we were like jumping all over the place trying to kill different people. So we ended up just going, we focus one, then we focus the next, and just take them all down one by one.
We saw some big brain decision making from your part in particular. What's your role in the team as far as making those calls? Do you have one in-game leader or shot caller, or is it kind of a communal effort to make those call outs?
We have one main shot caller, but when it comes to just the overall game, everyone calls out, like the supports will call out what's going on in the back line. Me and Trash Boat will call out what's going on in the front line. And then the DPS usually call out who is low, so someone like me or Derek can run up and just whack them. So
yeah, we saw that.
Nice.
We saw that to great effect actually throughout the series. Comes to mind specifically was the 2-player elimination with the call mech coupled with the shutdown of the tackle visor that happened on first point Havana on y'all's defense. Now, coming to the series, we kind of talked about what the team kind of did. That being said, this is the semifinals. You guys aren't done yet. Still one more match to go. Looking forward, we do know your opposition. Another 4-0 sweep coming in from the other semifinal as Valpo Beacon took that victory. I kind of wondering, what are you expecting coming to that grand final berth up next?
if I am to be honest, I know it's going to be hard, but it's going to be a battle of the Titans. That's how I'm going to describe that match. It's going to be a battle of the Titans purely. It's going to be awesome.
You cut out there just a little bit. Now, you said it's going to be a battle of the Titans. What'd you say after that?
Yeah, it's going to be awesome.
Oh, yeah, that it certainly is. I cannot wait. I absolutely cannot wait to see this grand finals matchup. Well, hey, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us. Any shout-outs you wanna give out there before we let you get out of here?
I want to say thank you to my homies Prozac. Say thank you to Ginger, Trashabo, Aerodoxal, and my friend who has been my friend since the very beginning, Michael. I want to say thank you to all of them. I want to say thank you to Huntington for giving me the opportunity to do this. And I want to say thank you to the NECC for the opportunity to play for all of you. And I want to thank my number one cheerleader, my mama.
I love it. Gotta love the support of the fam. Well, you had a spectacular series. Really thank you for taking the time to come to this interview once again. Well, congratulations and good luck in the finals tomorrow.
Hey, I appreciate it.
Thank you. I love talking to the players, LaFun. It's always a treat. Always a treat.
All right, some great insight there from the off-tank player. Sometimes moonlighting is the main tank player for Huntington Esports in certain spaces, but ultimately coming out on top, as we said, a 4-0 final score line here in the semifinals as they get set to face the grand finalists or get that grand final underway. Again, a 4-0 score line. So some impressive stuff. And man, if that's not one to look forward to, I don't know what is.
And I mean, that concludes day 2 of Nationals. One more day left, and it is going to be a day of grand finals. We will have that matchup as well as several others coming at you tomorrow for day 3, our final day of Overwatch Nationals here for NECC. But until then, this is Jeff and LaFawn saying thank you so very much for being a part of this, for hanging out with us tonight, and enjoying these wonderful matches. Big shout out to Tofu, our producer behind the scene, and Caroline, who is our observer and does an immense amount of work for NECC. Any player out there, you know who Caroline is, give her some thanks. But we appreciate you all very much. Love you all very much. And we'll see you tomorrow for the finals.